Wow. Okay, now we started. All right, Weeping Willow, two for you. Great friend. We're just trying to touch on just a few minutes 101 with all the mandates and laws, and you got to wear a mask. You got to do this. You got to get quarantined and vaccinated. Where do we stand with all these like alleged laws and rules coming down on us as far as our
Well,
God-given rights? Yeah.
yeah, those Father in Heaven given rights is called the common law. That is in the Constitution of this nation, whereby that is one of the reasons, and probably the most important reason, that they want to squash the Constitution, because it recognizes the Father and your common law rights, which were given by the Father in Heaven, creator of all life, for you to be able to enjoy life and that pursuit of happiness people talk about, and just live, live and let live. But they don't want that to happen because, getting off into law versus statutes and regulations. The statutes and regulations have absolutely, they are not law. They're statutes and regulations, because a state cannot write law, okay? And Washington, what they do up there in that 17-mile, whatever it is, measurement, has no effect, or is supposed to not have any effect on you, because they're all, including the statutes and regulations, is dealing with commerce and commercial law. That has absolutely nothing to do with we the people, the free, the born free, and the living flesh, flowing blood souls. Absolutely nothing, okay? So when they write these executive orders, be it a governor or the president, it has absolutely nothing to do with you. And if you end up following it like the sheep that a lot of people are, and chattel, because that's what you've become, because you will not stand up and get off your honkers and stand up to the tyranny and the treason that is being put upon you. You have to study law to survive in this world. You have to, people. You have to read that Constitution. Now, the Constitution has absolutely nothing to do with giving you any rights whatsoever. What it's doing is preventing the government from infringing on your rights, okay? That's the common law rights. I know this because I used the common law to fight back on a 13-year battle with J.P. Morgan Chase that tried to steal my house for 13 years. And when the Father woke me up and told me about common law, that took me off in a whole new direction. But had I not already been to civil law, statutes, regulations of the Commonwealth State of Kentucky, I would have never comprehended when he threw that one in my lap and woke me up at 2 o'clock in the morning to tell me those two words, common law. And that was the answer that I needed. And these people that are in public offices are mandated through their oath of office. That's that Constitution that they're sworn to uphold and to support. And when they do not do that, that literally makes them, under the United States codes, a Class D felon, whereby they should be kicked out of office or escorted out of it immediately. Immediately. Now, if you people would learn this stuff and stood up and grew a backbone or educated yourself, you would know this.
Well, here's the problem today. People are highly fluoridated. Highly fluoridated, distracted, and it's like, oh, well, we're just concerned with what's the law. And as long as we don't...
causes people to be placid and docile. That's what they use on the Jewish belief.
Absolutely.
People,
yes.
And a lot of other, people.
Yeah.
But, and that's why they're doing the American people that way.
Yep.
So that they will be docile,
Yes. Complacent.
But,
yes. It's a drug. Yes. We're being drugged through our water. And it's not just the Nazis.
Yeah, no doubt.
The Soviets used it. But what I'm saying is a lot of people today, they're like, I can't study law. I can't get into all this. I don't know, I don't got the time for this. I'm like just busy trying to keep afloat and live my life. And as long as I don't break the law, that's partly why a lot of people are wearing the mask, because they think it's law.
There is no breaking the law. Okay, let me clarify something for the people, your viewers. There is no breaking of the law unless, excuse me, unless you kill somebody or you destroy somebody's property. That is the only two reasons for someone to be arrested. All right? The cops are commercial. The sheriffs, even though they're elected officials and are supposed to be working for you but don't, they're also illegally sitting in office because they're going against that oath that they swore to uphold and support, whereby that then makes them Class D felons. This is how the system in America is working right now. You have Article 1 courts of law. When they're mandated to be Article 3 courts of law of common law for we the people, and they are not. You have foreign invaders, even though they're American-born, most of them. They are Americans, but they have signed their souls over to a foreign entity. All right?
And would that be...
all has to do with the OCC, the Office of Control of Currency, with the Crown of England.
Yes, UK.
So they're all sworn to their allegiance to another nation, whereby America was never severed from England. It is still under British rule. It is under their laws, and that's it. All right? Because we had the 13 original colonies, so now we're just one big colony. Okay? That's all it is. That's the only difference. So the 13, you have 50 colonies. And they're all under the laws and stuff of England. Now, each state can pass the statutes and regulations, and that's what they've clearly done. But those still have nothing to do with you. That has to do with commerce. It has nothing to do with we the people. But if you want to follow along with the game plan that they're doing on you, then by all means, who am I to tell you to do otherwise? If you believe that you have to have a driver's license before you can get out there and drive your automobile, your personal conveyance, when I know for a matter of fact, and I have the paperwork sitting in my purse, that you do not have to have a driver's license. Let me tell you what the driver's license that you signed and got laminated to throw in your wallet or your purse. It is a contract, people. It's a contract to abide by their statutes and regulations, whereby you are under those statutes and regulations to carry their driver's license, unless you are smart enough and have the knowledge to put under that signature UCC 1-308. That takes you out of all their malarkey. Okay? Now, they're known to change that number. It used to be years ago. It used to be. Get that word now. That's operative. Used to be UCC 1-208. But they tried to pull a fast one, and they changed it to 308.
Wow.
Okay? So,
hey,
and I know this to be a fact
Jack.
because a friend that was a mentor for me
Rooster
for a
Cogburn.
while, learning all this stuff, he calls me up and tells me, hey, you said you had to go get a driver's license, right? I said, yeah, I did. Because, see, back then I thought I had to have one. He said, well, when you do, put that UCC 1-308. Well, back then it was 208. But he said, put that under your signature. I said, okay. So I went down there, and let me tell you, folks, these daggone people know exactly what they're doing to us. And I waited. And he said, wait, and you'll see. Just wait, he said. So I'm sitting there in front of the camera, waiting for my picture to get took. And I filled out all the paperwork, and I'm sitting there waiting. Well, she was just like a dadgum turtle and raised her neck up from behind that counter and looked straight at me. And I'm sitting there thinking to myself as I'm looking back, gotcha. And then she cranked her head back down and went to it. And when she got my daggone driver's license laminated, brought it to me out in the hallway where I was waiting for it, she bebops out there, this old lady. But she beeped on out there, you know, and hands it to me and turns around on a dime heading back in. And I took a quick look. What she did was zoom in so close that made the magnification so large that it obliterated the UCC 1-308.
Wow.
And I was right on her trail. I went right back on her heels. I said, you screwed this up and you need to redo it. And she said, well, you have to fill out another card. I said, no problem. Because there's about 20 people out in the hallway lined up to do the same thing. Or to get their driver's license, that is. So, and I wasn't waiting on them before I had it redone. So I was on her real quick. And so she redid it. Now this time, she panned the camera out so far that it made it teeny tiny. Yep. And she comes bebopping. Now she knew what she was doing. She comes bebopping back up to a second time and hands it to me with a big crap-eating grin on her face. Said, well, here, but it's so little now. And I looked at it, and I looked at her. I said, honey, if I can see it with my bad eyesight, I'm sure them coppers can see it. And I stood up and grinned right back at her, and I left. But I've since gotten a new driver's license where I've written it on there, and they've never had a problem putting it on there.
Okay, wait.
Nobody paying the thing up or down, or just do it normally. You know what I mean? Can
you rephrase for, say, like we're new to all this? Say I'm like 15 years old. I don't know what's going on. Like, what is the deal with the law, the UK, unconstitutional tyranny upon us? You know, in a short, few sentences, what's going on
with the UK?
Well, never mind UK.
Well, I mean, we're under British rule, so that's number one. But I don't know what you want me to comment on here. I'm not sure I understand what your question is.
I'm trying to ask you to all you just explained. Awesome for people who understand, but for so many fluoridated Americans, hate to say it, and just people in general, thinking oh, we get
all right. Okay, I got you. Okay, so the United States government, the U.S. codes and the federal codes and the UCCs, which is commercial codes, they have nothing to do with us. All right, we were all signed over into the slavery system due to the birth certificate. Okay, that's why you name on everything from your driver's license, your birth certificate, your bills that come to the house that are not really bills, they're dividends, but we get on that story later some other time. But that's not your debt, people. But everything doing up there in Washington and with your state, you have no party with it. Absolutely none. Now, if you get a ticket, which is wrong of the police department to even stop you, even if you was to freaking speed or anything, they have no party to do with you. Now, I have this from the United States Supreme Court. Case after case law. I'm talking cases that have gone to the United States court, and they have ruled that cops have, one, no jurisdiction, two, they have no obligation to assist you.
Right.
If you're in a car wreck,
That's right.
or if you're getting robbed, or they have no party to deal with that. None.
Law enforcers. Right.
And that's because they are commerce. They are commercial. Under the UCCs has nothing to do with us, the living, breathing souls, the people.
Yeah. A lot of people don't want to go there, but I'm telling you, it's true. You know, all what you're explaining. You know, the Supreme Court ruling that like police don't have a duty obligation to protect and serve. They're law enforcers, and people can't wrap their minds around it.
That has been a lie. That has been a ruse that has been perpetrated against we the people, thinking that because they put that lie on their vehicles. Serve and protect. Serve and protect. It's part of the indoctrination, you see. That the people have in their mindset that the cops are the good guys and they're there to help you when they are not. They are there to lie to you, to they're revenuers, okay? They keep the wheels turning for the liars, the judges, the clerks, the attorneys, keeps them all in business, you see, because they're stealing and robbing money from the CSQV Trust. A lot of things are run on the CSQV Trust.
Okay, wait.
Which was set up.
Rebel Jack. After the Civil War, in the aftermath and Depression, the U.S. sought out aid from the Crown. They created the U.S. into a corporation in 19 government services.
I don't know what you're talking about, girlfriend.
All right. No, sorry. Okay, go on with,
In 1933,
Yeah.
when the United States went in bankruptcy under House Joint Resolution 192, you have you have the Public Law 7310, Public Law 10, Public Law 1. You have House Resolution 1491. That also deals with the Trading with the Enemies Act. It also deals with the Lieber Code and the OCC, the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency, which is in London. Okay? So they get their orders, the banks here in America get their orders from the OCC in London. All right, on what they do, what they're, everything. All right? So, but back to your question earlier, before we even started recording this conversation, the governors have no powers over the people.
Yes.
They are mandated to uphold a constitutional oath that they swore to do and support it. When they do not do so, they are indeed Class C felons. They are indeed traitors. They are usurpers of their oath. They are treasonous, and they literally, under the laws that they're to abide by of this nation, they are to be hung till death. That's the truth of it. They should be ousted from office, and if the backbone of America would ever stand up against the tyranny that's being done and perpetrated against it, then this would be nipped in the bud within 30 days. You can oust these people from office, okay? Take people and go oust them out of the office. The governors, the senators, the state representatives. If they are not doing the will of the people and upholding their constitutional oath, they are thereby traitors, treasonous, tyrannical. Okay?
Yes, but wait. Now the battle is...
They do not have any power to tell you or I to wear a mask, which is unhealthy as all get out. You're breathing literally your own excrement from your body when you exhale. All right? And, you're lowering your oxygen in your body. You're creating more cortisol in your body.
Yep.
This
Yep.
is setting you up for sickness, illness, whatever, okay, that derives from all that. But the COVID that they're doing this for, this is all a mask for the 5G towers. That's all this is about. Bill Gates' agenda.
All right,
Bill Gates has already lost a federal lawsuit here just a matter of 2 or 3 weeks ago. Lost a federal lawsuit that went to the Supreme Court. That, and I have that case. I've read the entire case. And numerous people besides Bill Gates was sued. We're talking pharmaceutical companies and the whole 9 yards that were sued that manufactured the vaccines. And there is not one instance in 32 years, and people can use this case to defend and protect their children, themselves, and everything, because they have not one case where they have done human study on these vaccines, and there is no efficacy testing on the assistance of it doing good for people, because it hasn't been tested on people.
Okay, wait. Let me interrupt here. We gotta focus right now on the legalities of what the government is allowed to do democide to us,
They can't
and where.
do anything.
Well, okay, like Rebel Jack says.
They have the power to do that.
Well, we give them it. We give them it by our acquiescence. But so what I'm trying to like pull out here is, where do we as the people, just regular Joes who don't have that time in wherewithal to know a lot about legality and law and all that, just in general sense, we got to know that we've got there's a point where I just heard California, they took a child away from a mother and father because they tested positive, and CPS came in and took that child away. Now that child, it could be taken away and getting raped.
My child from my house, I would have protected my child, and I'd have probably shot their ass.
Well, yeah,
okay?
But that's where we're getting at. We're getting at this.
Stealing somebody's child. How dare they? You have the right to protect your family. Okay.
We got like where I live, I got like 99% of people in the parking lots put on their mask to go in the store because there's a sign saying it is law. See, this is what I'm getting at. Words matter.
I'd say, where's the law? What is that?
Yes. Law? Show me the law. Yes.
The freaking law. I'm glad you brought this up, because just today I called Menards Lumber Place, whatever it is. Menards, Menards. My son-in-law went out there to go get something for me for something he was doing here at my house today. He goes out there, and he could not go in that store unless he bought a mask from them for $1. My daughter's sitting out in the truck waiting for him to come out. And she's telling me he had to buy a mask from them for $1. I hit the freaking roof. And when he left that store, I called him up and asked to talk to the manager. And I went off on him. I have not uploaded that video yet. But I asked him, how dare you? Who do you think you are to infringe on somebody else's health? To end up mandating that they breathe their own excrement from their body, because that does come out through your mouth too, okay? So, that, and to lower somebody's oxygen supply and increase the cortisol in their body. Nobody has the right to do that. I don't give a daggone if it's the president, the governor, the senator, or an attorney, or the
Queen,
cops, or the sheriff's department.
That's right.
None of them have the right to infringe on your ability to live your life. Absolutely none. So these governors that are stepping over their bounds and trying to infringe on the people's right to their life and the protection of their children and themselves should be yanked out of their office, and until the people in this country wake up and stand up, then they'll keep infringing, because you give one of these a-holes an inch, they're going to take a damn mile. Okay? And so the people that are sitting back and not standing up and doing what they have a duty to do, when the government is infringing on the people's rights, you have, as a individual of this nation, a duty, even though you didn't swear no oath. You're not bound by any oath. You have a duty to self and family and your neighbor to stand up and do something about it, instead of just crying and whining and sitting back and saying, oh, at the damn table drinking coffee and saying, oh, I just don't know what to do. I don't know where we're going to go if they come. I get up, grow a daggone backbone, and stand up for your family now, because if you don't do it, I can assure you they'll come for you. Because I can also assure you from the investigations that I've done that they're going to come for you, and you're not going to be able to do a daggone thing about it, because you sat back and let it happen. You have been derelict in your duty as a nation.
Yes. Okay, look. In fairness, I think in general, most of the nation, we've been derelict in duty. And there's a lot of people that are like just scared, ignorant, naive, fluoridated.
Well, and a lot of people, because they want to sit silent and pass acquiesce.
Yes.
There's that.
Yes.
That is silent consent
Yep.
allow them to do. Let me tell y'all something. Every daggone one of you out there is on some kind of freaking list. All right?
That's right.
If you believe in this nation, you're on a list.
That's right.
If you hate, if you are for the Constitution, you're on a list. If you believe in the Father Almighty, hey, you're on a list. If you are against the abominations that the Father Almighty calls an abomination, which is gays, then you're on a list. And if you are for right, then you're on a list.
Right.
Now, if you want to do the evil and all that stuff, hey, you won't be on that list, because you're doing their propaganda and their BS and their indoctrination and going along with the game. But let me tell you something, people. You're sitting on that daggone fence. The day is going to come that you're going to have to make your line in the stand on just how far you're going to get pushed back. And either way, you are, if you're for what's right in this nation, if you're for the Father Almighty and what this nation was founded on, if you're for your children, if you love your children, you're on a list, man.
That's right.
If you think that the daggone child services has the right, or if you go against them because you don't want them in your life, then you're on a list. They got a list for the list and a list, okay? Let's get real. And everybody in America's on the daggone thing. Why? Because you have an insurance policy tagged to your toe. That's called the Cesta QV Trust. And your state that you were born in is the owner of you. Okay? That's a fact, what I'm telling you. They own the policy. And that is tracked through your birth certificate. So when you die, they're the ones who get the wreath off of it. And believe me, it's accrued interest over all these years, however old you are. Okay? It is traded on the open market. Your birth certificate, your marriage license, your children's birth certificates, it's all out there for them to stamp the daggone bank stamp on the back of it. If you really saw your original birth certificate, you would be aghast at the stamps from banks that are on the back of it buying your slave labor. Okay? That's
Right.
what it's all about, people.
Wait.
And when you get my age or somebody that's up over 40, they want to annihilate us. Why? One, because of our education. Okay? Because of our wisdom, more likely, I should say. Because we knew at one time what the real clouds looked like in the sky. And they're teaching these youngins out there of what it doesn't and wasn't ever acceptable to have in the sky.
Oh,
Okay?
you know, yeah, listen, I just argued with one of my children. They have superimposed an old Daniel Boone movies. Daniel Boone, who's going to watch it? But they superimposed chemtrails. So, like, people think it's like,
gosh.
you know why? You know why?
Yeah, that's
So, wait.
right.
If anybody goes like, wait, let's go back in time and see if this was
Yeah.
even so. These
Yeah.
wicked people, they're so
Yeah.
wicked. But I'm telling you, the bottom line is we got to know our God-given rights. That is the bottom line. God-given rights. Government,
That's right.
God,
Well,
mammon.
let me say something more about
Yes.
the law.
Yeah.
All of these people are mandated by the laws that they created to follow those laws. And when they don't, and they use their commercial laws and stuff against
Yeah.
we the people.
Wait. I want to know,
then
why do
can
they,
be
why,
held- No, they can be held accountable by their laws. But if you dare take them on, and I have many a time, and I still am, you put their laws and their stuff in quotation, okay? Because it's not there for you. What you're doing is showing that they are held accountable under that. Never do it bold face out there. You know, it's almost like, let's say you get a ticket, okay, which is illegal. It's I'll get out for a cop to even interact with you. But for argument's sake, let's say you get a ticket and he hands a clipboard through demanding that you sign it. Otherwise, he's going to arrest you. Well, that's coercion right there. So you make a box where the signature goes, okay? Make a box and put in there, before you put that signature on there, all rights reserved, okay? Without prejudice underneath of it. And then sign the name. Now, when that judge sees that, when it goes to court, you better know your shit, okay? Because he's going to ask you what's your name. If you claim that name, which is an all caps name, then you're going to be held accountable under their rules, their regulations, their statutes, and all that crap. All right? You don't ever claim a name. You say you're there under special appearance, not general. Special appearance. That means you're there as the man or you're there as the woman, the living man and the living woman. Now, a lot of people are going to listen to this. They're going to say, oh, God, she's a sovereign. Okay, no, I'm not. I'm an American state national. I'm no longer an American citizen, or rather not American, but the United States citizen, where their crap doesn't have anything to do with me. They know. See, I'm now considered a live Earth. You all, if you haven't done what I've done, you're considered dead at sea. All right? That means you have no rights. You are an infant. Even though somebody could be 70 daggone years old, if you haven't done what I've done, you are still viewed by the court as an infant, where you are incapable of dealing with your own legal matters. You're forever a child to the court. This is why they tell you, if you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed to you. So then you get another club member there from the union there. I'm talking about the attorneys and the judges and all this crap and their little RICO racketeering program. And that keeps the wheel going, you know. With the revenue of the cop giving you a ticket to start with, And so here now you're in their court because you thought you had to be there. Instead of writing on that daggone ticket, non-assumpsit. Okay? Non-assumpsit. That means no contract. You're not contracting with them, people. But you sign the name and you put that UCC 1-308 under it. And then right across it, non-assumpsit. So when the judge gets this, he's going to look at that. He's going to note your signature, even though it's there in front of his face. It's not there legally. Are you getting what I'm saying? There's no signature on that page because it's in what? The box. And you have protected your good name, and you have reserved your rights under common law by putting all rights reserved without prejudice. Okay? So you just protected yourself. But when the judge asks you questions, you be daggone sure you say that you're there under special appearance as the representative of that name. That means because you have to operate in two worlds here. One is the living soul man or living soul woman, and the other is the name that they stole from you at birth and made it a corporate name under their commerce and all their bullshit. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
There's no other way to put that.
Listen. Okay? Part of the problem that we're in is we're living in like how many different kind of worlds? Like a world stage, like the commerce world and the so it gets people confused. Like, and that itself is spiritual warfare. Like
you have, yes, it is. In a sense. And it's took me a long time and decades to get where I am on my knowledge on this issue.
Yes.
But just, you have the commercial commerce laws, which is the statutes, the regulations, the UCC, the United States codes, and the federal codes. Has absolutely nothing to do with you or I unless you kill someone or you end up tearing up somebody's property intentionally. Okay? That's only two reasons you can be brought into their courts. If you know your stuff here, okay? If you don't learn what I had put all over my channel, video after video after video, teaching the people what your rights are.
Yeah.
I cannot, contract with you unless you give them consent. By signing the name, you're giving consent. That can only hold you 72 hours if you get arrested. So you have their BS or you have freedom. It's your choice. Interact with them, you get your freedom taken away. You don't interact with them, and you are not going to talk your way out of talking to a cop. Okay? They're there for one reason, that is to put you in jail. Okay? That's their whole mode of operation, is to arrest you and then get you in jail, and then you're in the court system. Then they use your name and capitalize on it and steal from the SESTQV Trust.
Yes.
This is a racket, people. You have to understand.
Yes.
It is a criminal enterprise. And this comes from a retired justice of the United States Supreme Court that blew the whistle and or spilled the beans. His name is Dale Chase, and I've been screaming it ever since I got his 5-page document.
Wait. You just said the word. Wait, you just said the word enterprise. This is what enterprise. We gotta know.
It is. It's a criminal enterprise.
Yeah.
That's what he called it. And he took early retirement when he said that he discovered how this was all going. And it's hard for me to believe. But, here he was, a Supreme Court justice, and he's just now finding that out. No, I think his conscience finally got the better of him, and he wanted that solution from the Father Almighty. And so he bowed out after he made his millions. Okay? Because you don't get up to the United States Supreme Court on dimes and nickels. He made his bucks. He covered himself, and then he wanted out of it. So he blew the whistle on all the rest. He said every judge, every cop, every clerk, every attorney, and I'm throwing in there every daggone sheriff.
Wait, didn't you say
Now, I
they
might be
signed?
wrong on
Wait. Didn't you say they signed a foreign contract? UK?
Yes, they sign a foreign statement. I don't have it sitting here in front of me, but they do sign a foreign statement, or else they could not hold their political office. That goes for the senators, that goes for the congressmen, that goes for the governor, that goes for the state representatives. They all have to sign the daggone document, or they will not hold an office.
So they're not without excuse. But listen,
right.
listen. The regular, common, dirty, down to earth Joe. We want to know, like, what can we do? Like, what sort of power can we have against this beast system? And
Okay.
this is where we're
glad
at.
You
Right.
asked that question. The only power that the people of America, the regular Joe Blows and James and all that out there, the we the people's power, what I had discovered a while back, and I'm battling it right now, is commercial lien. It comes from the private side. It will never be litigated in a court with a crooked judge, Article 1 court, that has no jurisdiction over you to begin with. And so, there's your answer. The commercial lien. The commercial lien, folks, is deadly. You send them a notice on the Testament of Truth. All right, you give them 30 days to respond to it. Now, they can't answer it.
Say it
Why?
again. Wait.
Because it's
Commercial lien.
commercial.
Wait, say it again.
Wait a minute. This is important. This is very important. When you send a commercial lien, you're first having to do the Testament of Truth. What that is your story and what they did wrong to you. So you look up the laws and the counts and everything they've done to you that's under those laws, because they're held accountable under those laws. So you write all those down. Count 1, count 2, count whatever, to however high that it goes. Then you sit and you wait 30 days for them to answer, and they cannot answer it. Why? Because they have to do it by a notarized signed affidavit, and they can hang their butt by signing a notarized affidavit saying that they're telling the truth, nothing but the truth, so help them God. All right? So they will not answer it because they're commerce, they're commercial, and you are the living man or woman. So after that 30 days, you send them a true bill. They have to do your legwork just a little bit and find out what it is that they did to you and how much it is that's being charged them. There are rates out there, and one of them I know of is $1 million for infringing on your rights. And you can use 18 U.S.C. 241 and 18 U.S.C. 242, which carries a packed thing of putting their butt behind bars in a federal penitentiary for up to close to 20 years. That's for one count, people. All right? And I've got 56 against Liberty Mutual. All right? And so after that true bill of what you're sending them, then when you sit and wait another 30 days, giving them time to remedy, to settle with you outside of pursuing the commercial lien. Not outside of court, because it'll never go to a court. This is on the private side. So then after that 30 days, then you send them a notice of default. No one. Now, this stuff has to be notarized on your behalf for you to do this. And then send it registered mail, not the green card return receipt requested BF. You need to send it registered red and white. That way, when the courier or carrier, the post mail people take it, they hand it from one post individual to the next post individual, whereby it cannot be lost. Okay? So it is registered from every stop until it gets to its destination, and then to you. And you have to sign for it. Okay? Or they have to sign for it, rather. I'm sorry. So, when that happens, when you have the last thing they're done, then you fire off the commercial lien. Then you end up hiring a private investigator to collect on your lien. And I'm in that process right now. I hired a private investigator who's working with me, who is going down the list of everybody at Liberty Mutual that I'm hanging out to dry, to include the president CEO, David Long, for what their abuses and intimidation and threatening and terroristic stalking me and blah, blah, blah. You know, I won't get into all the crooks and crannies here, but that is how you do it. And then when you send your documents, copies, not the original, to the sheriff of where these people are after you get their location, their assets, their bank accounts, and all this stuff, you make copies of it, and you send it by certified or register rather mail to the sheriff, and he goes and locks it down. He seizes their homes, locks them out, seizes their property. I don't care what their property is. If they have a boat, a house, a car, whatever, it's going to be seized. He has to do his job, or else then he becomes a party to the commercial lien. All right? For not doing his duty.
So wait,
when
commercial
he does
lien.
that,
Wait, commercial lien means what?
Commercial lien is taking the perpetrator that's committed things against you. It takes their assets, all of them, their homes, their vehicles, because theirs is vehicles, you know, because they're in office. We drive automobiles. We have a conveyance. Theirs are called vehicles. So they take their vehicles and their homes and their boats and their vacation homes and whatever other property they have. And one individual at Liberty Mutual has 4 properties. And it's all up for grabs. But his home that he's living in with his wife is $207,000 in value. Okay? That's just one home. He's got 3 others.
Okay,
so you know, I'm going after it.
Okay.
Because he actually owes me $4 billion, but I don't want $4 billion. I'll settle for $450 million. But I can go for all of it.
Okay,
and
but wait.
Individual.
Okay, take this back to the common person and their mandates. And you must wear a mask. You're going to lose your job. You must lose your business. And your food supply is gone. And you got to get vaccinated. Like, you know.
No, you don't. No. You use that Supreme Court case law that Bill Gates just lost as a method, a protective method from being shot up with a daggone vaccine.
No.
That's there. 32 years, they've never even examined a vaccine. Never been tested on humans. Okay?
Yep.
Absolutely nothing from the CDC or whoever it was that's in that document. I don't remember, but whoever it was, they had to admit that there were no cases of studies done on any vaccine for 32 years.
CDC, they are like, they're the basic government health control, and they by design, they have eliminated any testing. And you got your pharma that are protected from any you got complete since 1986. No liability, no damage control.
Yes, all that stuff is against the Constitution. All
Yeah.
that stuff is taking your liberties. Okay? They cannot do this stuff, people. They want you to believe that. Stop buying into the bullshit. Okay? They can sit and they can write whatever the hell they want to write in their statutes and mandate this and mandate that. They cannot do it. All right? I don't care if it's the governor or the president of the United States. They cannot. If they go against that constitutional oath that they are to uphold and support, they are treasonous, they are tyrannical, they have no authority to do what they're doing. They lose their immunity to being sued. Okay? That means that when you come against them, you do not dare address them as Governor Beshear or President Trump or whoever the official is in their office. All right? City attorney, county attorney. You don't give them that title because they are in there corruptly. They are not upholding their oath, whereby they are the usurpers of it,
Yes.
which makes them felons.
Yes. Yes.
So they are not holding a legitimate office. They have gone against their oath of office, whereby they are nothing, absolutely nothing. They are abandoned. They have abandoned their job. They have abandoned the public because they were put in there because of the public. They were voted for by the public. They are paid by the public. And by gosh, if they're not going to do their job, they need to get the hell out of that office.
Yes. And as you say, wait. They're not just not good public servants. They are Class
D felons.
Class D felons. They are like okay, it sounds like a joke, but it's like if I said like 95% of my government workers are Class D felons.
Class D felons, no
They
doubt.
are. And it wouldn't be a lie. It's like, wow. Like, let's get a clue, people. Let's start like, but what do we do with this? Okay. This is chaos, right? If all governments they're all felon. They're all feloners. Like, what do we do? Okay.
And people listening to them, why would you listen to a felon for your life's sake?
But what's the remedy? Remedy.
I gave you the remedy. The remedy is to file against them. It's the commercial lien. You can't sue them in your own court. It's the daggone Fox Garden Hen House. You have Article 3 courts in this, Article 1 courts in this country, not Article 3. The Constitution guarantees us to have an Article 3 court of law, which is common law. All right? And they're not doing what they're supposed to do, which makes them felons. All right? So you have Article 1 courts of law, which has absolutely no jurisdiction over we the people. None. Now, an Article 3 court, on the other hand, would. Okay? Because that is a court for the people, of the people, or how's that go? Of the people, for the people. All right? You understand?
Yes.
Because it is for the 12 jurors. All right? Because now it's just like 6 people up there. And they pick on them. In a common law court, the people pick them. Okay? The people do. The people are the ones that choose the jurors, not the judge.
Right, right.
And in the Article 1 courts of law, right now, the judges pick them out of a jury pool. Okay? You can go out now and form a grand jury and have the people set the people free. Did you know that?
Well, wait.
Astounding.
Yeah. Say it.
You can go out on the street and pick jurors for your own daggone trial that you hold because you are the Attorney General. That's the honest to God truth right there. You are your own Attorney General. Okay? That was given to us. I forget who gave it to us, but nonetheless, I don't have my notes sitting here in front of me, so I'm just flying here by the seat of my pants,
fine.
telling you what I know to be fact.
Yes.
This is facts. Y'all do your own research.
Yes.
I've already been there. I've spent 35 plus years.
I'm gonna tell you, my friend here who's talking right now, she has spent like out of necessity. She's learned when she says something, you can take it to the bank. She knows what she's saying. Yeah.
Yeah. I just don't have it rhyme and verse sitting here in front of me because I didn't know it was going to call me tonight to look this stuff up. But it's all on my channel.
Yes.
Go to my channel, look in the playlist, click on the one that says law or whatever. Look up the house because I battled J.P. Morgan for 13 damn years. I mean, you know, and I called, you'll laugh at this, I called that little gal that's the attorney for them last week, at Stephanie McGuire of Lerner, Sampson, and Rothfuss. I will never forget the name of that place because they robbed me of 13 years of my life for digging in deep on what I thought was law, okay? But it was statutes and regulations. You know, it took me a long time to learn this stuff. Well, anyhow, I called her up and I said, "Hey, Stephanie, remember me? Blast from the past." I said, "Hey, I told you I was coming for you." I said, 13 years that you robbed me of my life. I said, "You better saddle up, kiddo, because I'm coming for you. I'm going to take every asset you have." I said, "I've already hired a private investigator. I'm coming for you. I'm coming for that law firm you work for, and I'm coming for Jamie Dimon at J.P. Morgan Chase and all the attorneys between those years that have stood in for you at the courthouse here in Owensboro with the crooked judges down here too." I said, "So bank on it." And she said to me sheepishly, "I don't have any assets." I said, "I'm sure you got a home and you have a damn car. And either way, it doesn't matter for you to be flippant with me because you will never have the job that you have right now because I'm going to take everything you've got. Do you understand me?" I said, "That means that every nickel that you make at that job that you have right now, you're going to be working for me, sweetheart, because every dime that you get is coming to my estate or to me. You will not work for yourself, okay? You will become the slave that you made me for 13 years, digging in deep on the law.
Right.
And statutes and regulations."
Yes.
Now, let me tell you something, girl. This damn commercial lien is very serious. And I hope your listeners are listening well when I say what I'm about to say.
Commercial lien.
This is not something for the lighthearted. And you, by gosh, better make daggone sure that what you write in that testament of truth, don't you dare embellish on it and make it sound greater than what it was. You tell the truth, you write your words, and you swear to it, okay? Under prosecution, you're swearing that that's the truth, nothing but the truth, the whole truth, okay?
Yes.
Because if you lie, and that lie is discovered, your ass is going off to the paddy wagon, and you're going to prison and or jail, for the least. Don't lie on this stuff, people. You tell the truth and nothing but the truth. Don't embellish it, not one iota. Just as the Lord's book says, not one I and not one T is to be took off for that scripture. You better put it right the first time. Because when it comes, if it comes, that your testimony that you're given in that testament of truth, that if it's ever questioned, you better have the backup for it. That means all your evidence you better by golly have, because if you're asked to cough it up, you better have it. You better have everything to back up what you're putting in it. And I do. And my stuff is spread out over this nation because I've been robbed. I had my files in my house stolen by Liberty Mutual. But it didn't take me but about 3 or 4 days at best, I recall, to replenish it. And I called them up. I said, hey, did you seriously think that I wouldn't have backup for what you stole from my house? Now, there were no telltale signs that my house was broke into. None at all. But the files were gone.
Listen.
And nobody comes to my house but family. And I know my daggone family hadn't been here, so that didn't mean that they took it. Why would they?
Right.
They're all backing me to get this done. And they have suffered greatly for what has been done to me by all of the above.
Listen. It all will come to light. Right now, though.
You bet.
Yeah, listen. We gotta stick on the common man. I don't know how to say it. People are like all our people in America and globally. They're like buying into this fraud in law, in regulation.
Yeah,
and we got to get people to know.
They are. And it saddens me greatly that so many people are not stupid. They're not ignorant. They're just naive. And that can be fixed, however. Being naive, I mean, hey, I was there at one time myself, but I probably know more than most attorneys. Okay? I'm not patting myself on the back, but I don't know too daggone many attorneys that ever went through 35 years of learning all that I know. You know, I've read case after case after case. I've studied. I started out in statutes for the Workers' Comp Department in Kentucky. I moved on to civil law. From there, I had to help a family member with criminal law. And then I ended up learning about the UCC, which I admit I don't know a hell of a lot about UCCs because it doesn't affect me. I don't bother with UCCs other than the UCC 1-308. Why? Because that one takes me out of all their bullshit. Okay? So, but now that I am an American state national, I don't worry about none of it. I've already claimed my birthright, and I've reconnected myself back to the soil. Y'all are lost at sea. Y'all have to go through and change your political status to become a free American. Because even though you think you are, you're not. You're connected to the water. Okay? The birth certificate. I'm already acknowledged in this country as a live birth. That means I'm not dead at sea, and I have it documented from the Secretary of State in Washington to the Secretary of State in my state. She was notified, but then from the Secretary of State that I was birthed in. So I have 3 documents together, counting my birth certificate, that I am a live birth. That means I have now reclaimed me. And then, of course, I have copyrighted all the names that I had from my 2 previous marriages and my family name.
Listen. Don't get personal right now. Let's just I
Oh,
gotta
I'm
wind this
sorry.
up. No,
I'm
stick.
so sorry.
No.
Well, I'm trying to explain
Don't be
what
sorry.
it is
Don't be
that
sorry,
they need to
because
do.
listen, a lot of what you learned is through your personal fights. But I'm just
Oh, well, yeah, it's all been personal, yeah.
but for all
That's
of America.
why I am where I am, you know?
Yes, for all of America right now, where we're fighting against this COVID mandates and masks and this and that and the other.
The only solution for the people against the politicians, against all the state reps, against the attorneys, against the cops and everybody else to stand up is to file the daggone commercial lien.
Commercial lien.
Right.
Oh, okay.
That
wait.
is the only answer for we the people. That's it.
Wait. So commercial lien, LEINE. Isn't that right? Right.
LIEN. Yeah.
LIEN. Commercial lien. Using their own, yes, against them. Yes.
Everything. Bank accounts, property. Then property means home, vacation home, boats, cars, motorcycles, whatever they own. It's all discoverable because it's all in the public record.
Listen, this reminds me of asset forfeiture. It's like, wow. Wow. Biden, creepy Uncle Joe Biden, big on that Patriot Act after Oklahoma City bombing, commercial lien, confiscation.
Yeah,
oh my gosh, what's his name? I can't think of his name right now.
Are you hearing that? Are you hearing that?
Well,
maybe. Do you hear that at your end?
Maybe it was me. Listen, Kent Hovind. Kent.
Well, wait a minute. Before you go there.
Yeah.
The commercial lien lasts for 99 years.
Wait. What you heard? I hear that. They do that. They'll do a zzz. You get on your yes. That's your government. Yes.
Yeah. So anyway, the commercial lien lasts for 99 years. Are you there?
Yes, I am.
Oh, okay. So it's not something to take lightly. It's a very serious matter. And as they deemed it, it is a lethal weapon. It is a deadly weapon. And it doesn't take but about 4 months to get it done. 3 months notice on the Testament of Truth. 30 days, rather, I'm sorry. 30 days on Testament of Truth. 30 days on the True Bill. 30 days on the Notice of Default. And then 30 days on the commercial lien. When you send them the commercial lien, that's the last thing they get. And that's when you end up going ahead and having a sheriff's department with all your paper together and get it to him, and he goes and confiscates it from them. So you're talking 4 months here. And I've given them way over 4 months, you know. But because, look, fraud has no statute of limitations, people. Did you hear that?
Fraud has no statute of limitations.
That's right.
Wow. Oh, you know what? In Kent Hovind, they put him in prison in solitary confinement during a lot of it. Of 9 years for what? For withdrawing his own money. Because he argued about God. He proved God.
What are you talking about?
Kent Hovind. This government. Kent Hovind. Kent. Last name Hovid. Kent Hovid. He
Never heard of
is, listen, oh my God. He's a professor, teacher. He proved, no, he debunked evolutionists. He proved
Oh, really?
creation.
Well,
Wait.
it's about time one of them daggone people end up debunking that crap. The Darwin theory. I mean, come on.
He
You know
listen,
what?
listen. He debunked people left and right from like top universities. They finally put him in jail and imprisoned him for in Florida, they made up a new law to imprison him 9 years for they called it restructuring, where
Let me correct you. That's not law. They created a statute.
yes. And look at
They cannot pass law. All right, go ahead.
They said, "Oh, you took out too much of your own money. You're a criminal." And they put him in 9 years imprisoned, solitary confinement, and switched him to so many different prisons because they know that that's the best way to get somebody killed. And they did this to Kent Hovind in 9 years, and people don't even realize it or acknowledge it or care enough. And it should be.
Do you understand how they did that to him?
9 years.
Do you understand how they did that to him?
No.
Okay. He likely had a driver's license. He likely is still a citizen of the United States Corporation, whereby he is under their rule and thumb. They own him. His butt is tagged as owned United States citizen. So he is considered an infant where the courts are concerned. They did not hear his voice. He is mute. He is mute. Okay? He has no voice in the courtroom. That's why they give you an attorney to represent you, because you are an infant and you do not have the brains to represent yourself. That's the legalese of it. All right? That's a fact right there. He could not speak to the judge because the judge will not hear him. And let me tell you, when an attorney is standing by his side for a sentencing, he will stand there and act like he's all for the client. Then he takes a step to the right. And when he does that, that's a signal to the judge. He is now returned back to his individual self. And then the judge passed the sentence. Excuse me.
Wait. We got so many people in legal prison for speaking out that we need to be.
Well, it's not legal, it's statute.
Yeah.
And they're in there because of being naive.
Schaefer Cox.
They're in there because they signed a contract. They're still United States citizens, whereby they have no voice. Okay? It is so imperative, man, for y'all to learn to become an American state national so that you're literally free of all the stuff. I know you say you didn't sign on to be under the summer rule, but you are. That's all there is to it.
Listen.
You are whether you believe you are or you're not.
Yes.
It has to do
Listen.
with the birth certificate.
Somebody commented, I am not sure where the lawyer stands has to do with their obligation to defend their clients.
Run that by me one more time.
I'm not sure where the lawyer stands. Has to do with their.
Not sure where the lawyer stands?
Has to do with their obligation to defend their clients. I mean.
Okay. Well, one, a lawyer is not in the room. It's an attorney. A lawyer is different from an attorney. A lawyer studies law and writes law. The attorney represents you in a court of law. It is supposed to be a court of law when it's a court of statute. So where the attorney stands is imperative for the signal to the judge. Whether he's on the right or the left. When he's standing there next to his client for the sentencing, okay, he will have his hand on the shoulder possibly of the client or behind his arm or something. But I do believe it's on the right side of the client, and he'll take a step further away from the client, which is the signal, okay? It's the signal to the judge that they have been returned to their person, whereby he is done representing that individual, which he never represented them to begin with. They're nothing but a bunch of daggone shysters, okay? Whores for the crown. So he takes a step to the right or to the left, but I do believe it's on the right side, and he steps away from the client. That is a tip-off to the judge that they are now there for you to do what you're going to do to them, because the attorney's done his so-called job, which he never did anyway, because he is a friend of the court. He is a member of the union, okay, the British Accredited Registry Bar that the judge is a party to before he ever became judge. He's still a party to it. And it is judges that judge the judges. Now, how damn cool is that? You have judges judging judges. Really? It's the fox guarding the hen house, people. Wake the hell up. You know.
Son of a gun.
But lawyers study and write law. They don't represent you in a courtroom. And if they have a title such as Esquire or whatever, they're connected to the crown. Yeah. That's what that Esquire is. Their family is related to the crown. Okay, that's an entitlement. And this country does not acknowledge entitlements. No, it doesn't.
How do we break free?
You go through what I just did.
How do we break free?
Last September, you have to file. First, you have to contact your birth state. You call them up. You tell them you want to pay for a copy of your birth certificate. And I know a lot of people are probably sitting there listening, saying, "Well, I've already got a copy of my birth certificate." Well, no, you don't. All right. I had my copy, my original copy. I say original copy. I had the copy of my original copy. All right. And they would not accept it to authenticate it. Why? Because mine wasn't in the all caps letters. Mine was a copy of the original. All right. And it had the raised seal of Maryland on it. But they refused to authenticate it as a live birth, because they had to do it with the one that they created with the fake name, okay, of the capital letters. So I had to pay them for a new birth certificate, and their excuse, which I have it on tape because I called them and I audio filed it, was, "Well, how come you can't take mine?" And this is the reason she gave me. Well, because we can't verify the notary that signed that, because that was back in 1951. So that's the BS story they give you, that they have to notarize the old one when you're getting just a copy of your old one, because it doesn't have the all caps name that they stole to make you a corporation name. So I paid for that, and then I told them I wanted authentication and I want it notarized. So they did all that, and then I sent it to Virginia, where the I forget which one's name, Bill Barr, William Barr, or somebody. There was two people up there that I had different things to deal with, so I don't remember which one's which, unless I break out my paperwork, and I'm too dang tired to do it tonight. So anyhow, whoever it was signed the daggone thing, they ended up authenticating it. So I had two authentications of me being a live birth. All right. So, and then they grommeted the Maryland one, the Washington guy, even though it went to Virginia, but it's right there next door to Washington. So those two, plus my birth certificate. So I had two authentications plus my birth certificate. And they grommeted together, those 3 pages. And if those 3 pages come ungrommeted, then it's a brass grommet, then you have to buy it all over again. Because that loses its authentication if those pages come detached, you see. So then when I got my copies of that, I sent notice to my Secretary of State, hey, I'm a live birth. Stop capitalizing on my name and stop infringing on my rights and stop with the SESQV trust. All right. So that's how that went. And then I have logged, not my birth certificate, but my claiming. There's a lot of things from the IRS you got to contact. You have to contact and put your records out in public, which I did in the state of Georgia. And on my birth certificate, I have a non-Hague country, which I think mine is in Indonesia or somewhere, I forget, which is a non-Hague country. And then it's been authenticated with that on it. And so there
non-Hague. Wait, that's weird. Non-Hague, like the Hague.
Yeah, you don't want a Hague country. You want a non-Hague country.
Wait, and even what is
international law or something? I don't know.
What is the Hague? What is the Hague?
I forget. I swear
that is
right now,
weird.
I cannot think. But you got the non-Hague, and that's where you got to go.
Yeah.
There's different countries that are non-Hague.
Wow.
And I just chose Indonesia. Okay.
All right.
So I think it has something to do with the international law, you know. But anyway, I filed it in Georgia. There's several different states that'll do this, but Georgia's the cheapest. Georgia, to me, was the fastest, and I really like the guy that does it. I've talked to him several times, and he does this for a lot of people across the country. It's put into public record. It is stamped. It is signed by him in the clerk's office of the Superior Court in Georgia, and then it is logged in a book, which is on each of the pages. He notarizes each of the pages and then sends you your documents back. So it's all business-like, et cetera, et cetera. And I know of a guy that does the paperwork on all of the stuff that I filed in Georgia for, I think it was $25. And I'm telling you, that's the best step, $25 I ever paid. Because, see, somebody was helping me do what I was doing. And then they just went,
yeah,
they disappeared.
Yeah.
And I thought, well, what the heck,
Wait, I'm still like the Hague, it's not Hague, it's the Hague. It's like, what is it? Like it's some entity.
H-A-G-U-E. I don't know. I can't comment on that because I forget what it is myself.
I know it's tied with New World Order. I know it's New World Order. It is absolutely UN tied somehow, but Hague. I think it's Sweden.
Yeah,
but yeah.
So
yeah.
I did the non-Hague.
Oh,
so
yeah.
Yeah, it's a
you know what?
country.
You know what's awesome? If we get even cut off right now, you have shared so much real impertinent legal matters that people need to know, even if you're not American. It's not just American. What you share, it goes beyond. It's because it's God-given rights. and it's you're sharing. I love that you're sharing the difference between what we're being told and people are
Right.
following along with what is really real and commercial
Right.
and all that.
Right.
Yes,
Right.
yes.
Because they have most definitely pulled the wool over the American people's eyes. They've indoctrinated them and lied to them for so many decades and centuries that it's absolutely mind-blowing, even to me, the depth of evil that has been perpetrated upon the people. You know? And let me tell you,
Yes.
I had been notified through my computer by the people out there that are watching me, telling me, we will never let you go. Okay? I videotaped that message that was on my computer, showed up one day, and I put it up on YouTube too. But, you know, I know they watch me. I know daggone good and well they listen to me through my phone and my computer. And they have wiretap my phone. I have absolute proof of it, 2 occasions that I'm aware of. And I usually, and I have forgotten to do it of late, but it really doesn't matter because they already know what I think about it. But, you know, you're supposed to say, if you're a federal agent, make yourself known, and to say it 3 times. I don't know, I don't understand from the individual that was sharing their knowledge with me why it has to be said 3 times, you know. But then I put in my spiel a few other little nice things that I add to it.
Listen,
that
listen,
are very
listen.
colorful.
Yeah.
And then I name them all, from the CIA, the FBI, the NSA, the freaking local yokels, and sheriff department, whoever the hell they are, you know?
Listen.
You know, I just do what I need to do for myself. I don't set out to harm another individual. That is not me. But if you come to play in my field, if you come to screw with my life, I'm coming for you.
Right.
I have no fear in that respect. Father says, fear not, for I am with you. And I know he is. Okay? I know without question he is. He is, oh man, I tell you what, he has been there. Okay? Many miracles, absolute miracles.
Yes.
I tell you, girlfriend, it's
Listen.
something else.
Yeah. Listen.
Wait a minute. Let me say this last thing about him. For now, he is the one that told me what I needed to know to win my case against J.P. Morgan Chase. Okay, and he woke me up at 2 o'clock in the morning to tell it to me. Now go ahead.
Oh, you know what? God is our answer. And what you're sharing, is so awesome. Legal matters in this world right now, while we're being told to mask up and you better keep social distance and quarantine and this and that. And what you're sharing is like awesome. And
I told Menards today, I said, you should be sued. You should be sued for your infringement against we the people. Because you are causing them to get sick.
Yep.
You are refusing to allow them their natural abilities to breathe. And I said, if I was the one that come into your store and you demanded I buy your dollar mask, I would have sued you post haste for your infringement on my common law rights to breathe the air that the Almighty created for me to breathe. And I don't have to give you any health reason or say I've got this or I've got that for you to infringe upon my rights. I don't need to excuse myself to you. And he said, ma'am, wait, you have to hear this daggone video I did him. Because I was talking to the manager. He said, ma'am, I'm just having to do what my boss told me to do. I said, yeah, let me tell you something. You're wrong. You are so wrong in what you're doing. And you should be sued. So I said, you had a good day or whatever. I said, I probably didn't say that, but I hung up. it was sad. And anyway.
Yes. Listen. Niche E asks, my family and I need miracles. They need prayer. And then look, you shared earlier in the other video,
Yeah.
we like 2 or more are gathered, agreement of prayer. God can perform miracles, and we know this.
Certainly.
We know it.
What's
We
her
know it.
name?
Niche E. My family and I need miracles.
The guy named Mitch.
Niche.
You know, I'm hard of hearing. I'm not hearing this right. I need the name.
Niche. N-I-C-H. Niche E.
Him as in Mary.
My family and I need miracles. Niche.
Okay. Well, I can't pray specifically for your need because I don't know what your need is, but I can assure you that the Father Almighty knows what your need is. So, Mitch, here's one for you. May the Father Almighty, in His infinite wisdom and His blessings, pour them out upon you, your family, and your household. May He anoint you from the top of your head to the soles of your feet. That means you, your wife, your children, your family, whoever they might be. May His angels take charge of you. May they watch over you and protect you and guard you from the east, the west, the north, and the south. May you anoint your children from the top down, from the eldest down to the youngest, with the oil, the
olive oil.
Olive oil, yeah. And thank you. And anoint your windows, anoint your doors, but leave one unanointed until you go through your house and bless it and pray for it and end up reading Psalms 91, Psalms 23, Psalms 37, and Psalms 35. These are the prayers of protection for your household. I can assure you, I promise you, the Father will show up. You have assigned to you, each family member and yourself, 6,000 angels, which is a legion of angels. I've researched this. I know it to be true. And you can accept it or not. But I'm saying this prayer for you, and I speak into you the spirit of joy, the spirit of hope, the spirit of healing, the spirit of peace, the spirit of tranquility, the spirit of prosperity, and that the Father Almighty will bless you with His abundance from His storehouse to your home. Okay? And may He guide you and give you wisdom, give you discernment. And I speak against Satan and his minions from hell. I bind you from the power that the Father Almighty gives me through, and all of His people, His children have this power. In John 14:12, verily, verily, I say unto you, he that believeth the things that I do, he shall do also, and greater things shall he do, for I go unto the Father. That one verse, Mitch, is the power that He has told you that He has given to you. Fear not, for He is with us. And if Father be with us, who can be against us? Now, Father directed me years ago, I think it was 2014, to do a prayer of agreement, which is about an hour and a half, because it grew over the years that I have re-uploaded it almost every year since I first originally did it at His instruction. It is backed by literally a lot of Scripture. And it took me 21 hours to get it done, because when I poured out my heart and everything that I had within me on those pages to read for the camera, it ended up that he told me after I thought I was done, he said, now back it up with Scripture. That's all he said to me. And I kind of laughed at him. I said, yep, okay. So that's why it took me 21 hours to do it, because I had to individually look up some of all the words that I put up to bring it up on a search, and then copied and pasted that into an email to myself so that I knew exactly word for word what his word was and is still today, the truth, nothing but the truth, to guide us, to share with us his word, his love, his son, his guidance, and his blessings. Don't forget to say a prayer to ask him and thank him for the blessings, because it could be a very cold day before you get another one if you don't. Okay, just fair warning. But there is also a warning poem in there that he dictated to me at the end of that two-part series of a prayer of agreement, because we're two or more joined together. He's with us, people. He is most certainly with us. He has shown me things. He has wakened me in the night to tell me things. He has used me to speak from my very own mouth to my husband years ago when I was married, my second husband. And they just absolutely floored me. But the question that he was telling to my husband, or a comment he told him, was, "Oh, ye of little faith," to my husband. And then a miracle came the very next morning. So I know miracles are real. I know that he will move. I know that he is still alive, and he is well, and he is on his holy throne, and nobody's going to kick him off. Nobody can end up coming against you unless you let them. Okay? Use his words. He is your shield. He is your buckler. He is your high tower. He will defend you. He will put angels before you, not behind you, because you're not supposed to end up camping out in the valley of the shadow of death. He wants you to run through it. Okay? Just get through it. Stand on his word, because they work, people. They absolutely work. I've seen it happen time and time again. And for the 13 years I battled J.P. Morgan Chase, I kept in my head, it shall not come nigh my dwelling. It shall not come nigh my dwelling. And it never did. He gave me the peace of him that it would not, he did not let me for one instant think they were going to take my house. But I was dug in deep on their laws, their statutes, their regulations to defend my home and my property. And I was successful, and that case was concluded in 2015. And Father went after Jamie Dimon and gave him throat cancer for what he did to me. So be wary of what you say, because when you speak, it will come to pass. He says to guard your eyes, your mouth, and your ears. Don't be watching no evil stuff on TV and listening to the stuff. But Satan, I bind all your attacks against Mitch and his family. I bind them right back to you. I bind your tongue to the bottom of your mouth, that you will not speak or utter a word against him or his family. And if there is anything out there to do harm to him right now, it is demanded and commanded of you, as you are subjective to us, his children. Be thou gone, get thy behind us, Satan. Behind him, Satan, for you have no powers. He is a believer. He is a child of the Father Almighty, Father in heaven, creator of everything on this earth and beyond. So I say these things in the name of Yeshua, which some people still mistakenly call him Jesus, but his name is Yeshua. And so shall it be. It is so. Amen. So keep in touch. when you get those miracles, I'd really like to hear what they are. Is he still there?
Yes. Yes.
All right.
I am. That is awesome. I love your testimony. You're sharing.
Freaking tea went down the wrong way.
People need to know law, common law, God-given rights, but even more important, our God-given rights, where we stand.
Most certainly.
And
that's what won me my case. I'll tell you shortly. I won't drag this out, but for that 13 years, when he woke me up, I had a deadline, so I thought, on their statutes and all the BS that they pulled on me. I mean, there was so much deceit by so many people, and I'm going after these people now, and not at this very moment because I'm still dealing with Liberty Mutual, but then it'll be the city of Owensboro, and then the county, and then it'll be JP Morgan. But they know I'm coming for them all. And when JP Morgan did what they did to me, I forgot what I was going to even say now. Like I said, I never lost my peace about it. Oh, I know now. Thank you, Father. He ended up waking me up at 2 o'clock. I had just laid down at 1, and I was up for probably 2 or 3 days straight. Okay? Because when I get a drive in me, I don't sleep. I can't sleep. I'm trying to get the job done. Okay? So I'm typing their laws and statutes and all this stuff back at them, what they're supposed to be held accountable under. So I was dead tired, absolutely, when I laid my head down that night. When I had it done, or so I thought. I go to sleep at 1. He wakes me up at 2. I was so damn dog tired.
You get 1 hour of sleep, Carol. You get 1 hour of sleep. Yeah.
Oh, I know it. And he wakes me up, and he says these 2 words, common law, just like that, man. And I knew his voice because I've heard it so many times. And I raised up on my left elbow. I was so tired, and because I've been forced to sleep in this daggone chair. And I raised up on my left elbow. I just pointed my face to the ceiling. I was so dog tired, I couldn't even open my eyes. Not that I was going to see him, but I couldn't open my eyes. I mean, they were shut. And I said, what? Even though I heard him plain as day in my sleep. He said, again, common law, like that time. The first time it was common law. Second time, when I wanted to make sure I heard it right, he said common law. Like little emphasis added to it, And I smiled at him, and I said, okay. And I laid back down, and man, I was out like a light switch done flipped off. And later at morning, when I woke up, I mean, bam, it was right there, Okay, the Lord spoke to you this morning early. Now find out what this is on common law. I mean, I was so excited to find out what it was. I didn't even bother going to wash my face, brush my teeth. I had to know right then what he meant by common law. Now, he drugged me through doing all this law, and I started law in 2000, okay? In 2000 was when I started learning law. So that's what now, 20 years? Yeah. So I cracked open, it was actually before then. It was back in 1985 when I got into it with an attorney and then my Social Security and all that stuff. So I was into it back then, but absolutely doing it myself was probably 2001 after studying in 2000 and reopened my own workers' comp case. But anyway, be that as it may, I opened my laptop and typed in common law. Oh my gosh. It was the answer for my case against JP Morgan. He smiled down at me and said, oh my goodness, I have got to help that girl. She is so worn out. She's absolutely tired. She's going to lose this case unless I tell her the answer. And so he said, common law. Now, had I not already spent, now this was in 2015 when he spoke these words to me. This was in 2015, okay? Probably September, October of 2015, somewhere around September, October, November. And so I looked it up. Lo and behold, it was my answer. And I was typing up a Port Federal lawsuit against all the characters that tried to help JP Morgan Chase steal my house. They had my house up for sale 4 times. They canceled it 3. 4th time they sold it. And JP Morgan Chase is the ones that bought it. Just to keep from any third-party interloper out there from getting in on the action. Because they knew daggone well I had them by the throat. So, the attorney, Stephanie McGuire, ended up calling me, or I called her. I don't rightly remember. I'd have to listen to my own video as to who called who first. But she calls me again, and she said, I told her that I was filing a federal lawsuit against them, a tort, against them for their shenanigans. And she said, send it to me. I said, it's not done yet, Stephanie. It'll be done later this afternoon. She said, just send it to me, what you got. I mean, she was anxious to get it. Now, I do believe that the Father sent her a very strong dream on where she was going when she departed this earth. And I say this with conviction because I already opened her mind to the fact that she was doing evil against me, or a child rather, of the Father Almighty. And she was coming against somebody she didn't want to come against. Because I had told her what the Father told me, that Jamie Dimon was going to develop cancer. I didn't know what kind. He didn't tell me that, just that he was going to develop it. And I asked her in 2003, do you have your appointment book sitting in front of you? She said, yes, I do. I said, write these words. Now, she had interrupted me when I was talking to her about the case, and the Father started talking to me, and she's on the phone and was about to say something. I said, hold up. I said, the Father's talking to me. This is on the video now, man. This is not no lie. It's the honest to goodness truth, y'all. And she said, and it's in the video, you can go find it and listen to it. And I told her, hold up, he's talking to me. And when he got done, I told her, I said, mark this in your book. I said, the Father said that Jamie Dimon will get cancer and it will eat his head off. I said, you put that in your book because it will come to pass. Well, fast forward to 2015. We'll skip what went in between all those years because it makes the story too long. But 2015, I run across in September, October of 2015 an article about Jamie Dimon and JP Morgan Chase. And I thought, well, hey, let's go check this out. I wasn't looking for anything for them. I just happened across it. But was it a happening? No, I think the Father Almighty put that article there for me to see it. And I'll tell you why. Because when I clicked on it and I went ahead and jumped down to find out what the story was about, and it ended up where he's telling his employees around the world, because they are a diversified global company, ended up saying that he had developed cancer, throat cancer. And I won't get into all the nooks and crannies about the entire story, but I will say that the Father Almighty put that there for me to see it. And I flipped back to the top of the page on the computer, that is, and to see when that was published. And it was published on my birthday, July 1st of 2015. And here I am coming across it September, October of 2015. So I called the attorney up. I said, "Hey, Stephanie, you sitting down?" I said, "Do you have your appointment book in front of you?" She said, "Yes, I do." I said, "Put this in your book." I said, "The Father's word came to pass." Jamie Dimon, I just come across an article which I had run on my news channel. I said that he has developed throat cancer, and he's gone through chemo, and he's gone through radiation. But I'm here to tell you and testify to you, it's not going to save him. It's going to eat his head off. I said, "Put that in your book." And I first asked her to verify that I told her this in 2003, and she acknowledged that. In the second thing to do, talking to her about Jamie Dimon. Now, I wrote Jamie Dimon a private email to his presidential office in New York, and I told him this story. And I told him that he developed it because he was coming against one of Father's children. I said, for trying to thieve my house with BS paperwork and robo signing and all the other things that they did, fabricated tax bills that they paid and all this other stuff. And I said, I can pray for you once you, justify, or not justify, but compensate me for the 13 years of my life that you have stolen, comma, or not. I said, but you verify with your attorney, the one you hired to pursue me for 13 years, and her hiring people here in Kentucky to do her legwork in the courtroom. I said, because I'm coming for you, Jamie Dimon. You can bank on that. Put that in your bank, in the vault, because I'm coming for you in due time. But I have other matters at present to take care of. But I can pray for you, but I won't do it if you don't justify, or not, I keep wanting to say justify, if you don't do what's right to compensate me for 13 years of stealing my life, having me dug in deep on law and statutes and regulations to defend myself against you, the shark, the evil one. I said, that's why you have the cancer, because the Father ended up telling it. And if you don't believe me, call your own attorney up. If you don't believe me, go look at that, document that I ended up reading over the internet, and the thing of me talking to your attorney back in 2003 that you were going to get it, because there's no denying that. It's her. So, go ahead, do your thing. So he's never called me. He's never compensated me, but he's going to, guarantee you. And so that's how that went.
Yeah, look. The thing is, I'm not saying it right. So much injustice. God knows and keeps track of all of it. And he promises us there will be justice.
He gives us trials and tribulations in this world for one reason. It's like pruning the rose bush back to the fifth leaf to help it sprout and grow. Okay? So we are being pruned, so to speak, in order for us to grow in knowledge. Because if everything in our lives stayed rosy and peachy and all this stuff, we would never seek to grow. We're lazy. You sit and you get comfortable. Oh, everything's going fine. Everything's just fine and dandy. But how are you going to know your blessings in this world, in this life, if you don't have any trials and tribulations? How are you going to turn to the Father, and why would you turn to the Father if everything's always rosy and peachy? You wouldn't. He wants to hear from us, people.
Yes.
He wants his children to talk to him. He
Yes.
wants to bless you. You know, he's got, as I explained to my grandchildren many decades back, or a couple of decades back, hey, he's got a big old basket sitting up there next to that throne of his, and he's got blessings on these little pieces of paper of, hey, Charlie here needs a car. Boom, drops it out of heaven. And that blessing comes floating down. And Charlie gets the loan or gets the car or whatever it is, you know. Boom, Mary needs a house. Boom, this one needs a healing. Boom, 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 okay? So, you know, but you got to remember to thank him for those blessings. And I count each and every one of the ones I've been blessed to receive, to include him showing up in my house. Okay? He came here on a prayer one Christmas Eve night, and I know it was him. I didn't know it was him when he was here. I didn't know until he left, until actually the next morning with what he brought, that I sat in amazement. And that story's on YouTube too, along with a lot of other miracles that he has blessed me with. And they're undeniable. And he's real, people. He's so real. And
Yeah.
I hope one day each and every one of your listeners can hear his precious voice. You'll know it. You'll know it's him when you hear him. I questioned him once when I was praying for a girlfriend of mine. And he spoke to me as soon as I said back then, I said, amen. I don't use the word amen. I use amen because that's what he uses, Yeshua, the Son. And amen is the sun god Ra. And so when you say that, you're praying to the Ra God of sun, not the son of man, not Yeshua. All right? So when he ended up showing up at my house, not knowing that it was him until he left, but I had asked him to manifest himself mightily that night for my grandchildren for Christmas Eve, because we didn't have any food for Christmas dinner. We had no presents under the tree, even though I elaborately decorated my house. And we didn't have no food for Christmas dinner. And I was feeding them oatmeal for breakfast. So a lot of people don't have even what we had, okay? And I fed them ramen noodles for lunch, and they had a decent dinner. But there wasn't no Christmas dinner going to happen, but he brought it all. From that night, from a prayer, he showed up the next day with a little blonde-haired angel that I could have took my forefinger and my thumb and probably reached around her upper arm. And that child, what I thought was a child, filled my living room while he said to me, first off, he wanted to pray with me and asked me if he could pray for me. I said, most certainly. And he looked me in the face and he said, my Father has blessed me so. I just wanted to pass it on. And he took both my hands and we bowed in prayer. And I shamefully say that I do not remember the words that he said after it was over. But I can say this, that we were both crying in tears when he got done. What seemed like a minute had to have been a lot longer because time stood still. And there was a bubble light that come down over us. But I heard that front door open behind me one time. And that little girl angel that I later found out brought in and filled my living room, 3/4 of this living room, with presents by herself. They were stacked 3 deep on top of each other, behind the tree, in front of the tree. It looked like a great big living room with presents all stacked in here, y'all. That was a miracle that Christmas Eve night. And all I said, the words that he gave me to say, and we were in the prayer of agreement. I'm telling you, it's powerful. And if you anoint yourself and you fast before praying, even Yeshua says that miracles can happen. Special things happen when you fast. And fasting doesn't necessarily have to be because of lack of food. It could be, you know, if you're doing sin and smoking cigarettes that harms the body, or if you drink or whatever. You have to give up something that's going to cost you something, be it whatever it is for you, okay? I personally go without food. Water, I drink. But I give up coffee. I drink cups in the morning. But I give up coffee. I give up everything but water for 24 hours when I do a fast. And anyway, it's miraculous. Okay, I know it works. It's always worked without doubt. I've had instant prayers happen from praying the night before, and the next morning angels show up. I've had angels here at my house 3 times, people, and they're real, but I didn't know they were angels until after they left. But this was Yeshua himself that showed up. People think he doesn't appear. Oh, I beg to differ. Beg to differ. But he brought the last and the only thing that we prayed for. Okay. That night when my 3 grandchildren and I knelt down in front of my couch, the only thing we prayed for was food. And he brought them presents. And then the last thing he brought in, he turned and looked at me at the door. He said, oh, there's one more thing. And then he started bringing in the groceries. And he could have easily gone to Walmart and got it all, but he didn't do it that way. He wanted to make sure that I knew it was from the Father Almighty. So he went to a toy store. He went to a clothing store. And then he went to Kroger's grocery store. Because all the bags had Kroger's written on it. And not one present that he got for these children had a tag on it, no gum marks. Believe me, I looked. Okay? I'm looking for the little tags that's been took off, or price tags. They had clothes. They had Walkman radios. They had a train set, and none of this stuff had gummy marks where price tags have been removed, or no. No. I'm telling you, miracles happen. If you believe, John 14:12, you have the power. You hold the power, people. He gave it to you. Just handed it over to you. Said, here it is. But yet people keep praying and begging him to do your will. When was the last time you ever asked the Father, what can I do for you?
Right.
What is your will? What is your will, Father, that I can do for you? You know, do with me what you will, because I've said this many a time with him. He's had me into law. I never understood why until after I got older and been in it for so daggone long. I know why. It was to share my knowledge with everybody else, because I don't have a life sitting here, not really. I don't get to go anywhere and be out in the world. I don't have a way to haul a 410-pound wheelchair, even though I want it. I don't have a way to haul it. So I have been imprisoned in my home. for about 35 years as a result of my workers' comp insurance. And I'm not crying a river here. I'm just telling you, the Father's been with me through it all. And so he's brought me to this knowledge of the commercial lien. He's brought me to a place that nobody else can be privy to the relationship I have with the Father. Cuss, you betcha I do. Righteous anger is what I call it. And I've had people condemn me and all that. Hey, it's not your issue to condemn me. It's his. He can tell me anytime he wants to stop it, but he hasn't. So I'll do what I do and do the best that I can and rely on him every step of the way. And I try to help people along the way, to help educate, to teach, to show how to do what I've done. I've put everything I've done legal-wise up on my YouTube channel and showed the tremendous, battles that I have been forced through no wish of my own of people coming at me to attack me. Okay? So, glean from my knowledge, people, that I have now found that the answer, and that is the commercial lien. It's not the courts. It's not the courts. The only reason I won my case with J.P. Morgan was because of the Father Almighty on common law. And when I found that out, and I wrote that document to the attorney, Stephanie McGuire, and I sent it to her partially done, she folded and filed her notice of vacate notice to get off of me, because she saw the light somewhere, and I do believe the Father Almighty showed her that light. So she files her vacate the case to get off of me. So in November 15th, I believe it was, of 2015, the case was closed. The judge rendered it with prejudice, where they can't come at me ever again. And within 3 days of that court hearing, I got my paperwork from them, and I wanted to be a party of their little powwow down here. I did not attend. I called the court and told them I was not going to attend. I was going in the devil's den. I wasn't playing a party of their bullshit. But I wanted to be a part of the hearing. And for one reason only, which is what I told the judge when he called me the next morning. The only reason was to, to go against them using the term of mortgage when for 13 years they never proved they had one. Object, that's the word I was looking for, to object of their use of the terminology of mortgage when for 13 years they never proved they had one. When I asked in motions for 13 years, where is your bona fide accusatory instrument by which you can seek remedy in a court of law? And see, that's the clincher right there. They are not courts of law.
Yep.
But back then, I didn't know that, but I did know that, or now I would have used the term statute, but now I wouldn't even go in their court to be non-subject. I don't play around in their court. You don't need to. You don't need to be a party to that BS, But anyway, it's ridiculous that the people are fearful to speak up for themselves.
Well, yeah. But wait. Why are people fearful to speak up for themselves? Like, what is going on?
Why are they fearful?
Why? How? Like media?
They're fearful because they had been indoctrinated, so to speak, for lack of a better description. They are indoctrinated to believe that there is authority over them from the cops, from the courts, from the attorneys, from the judges, from the prosecutors, and all this BS, when they are not. They are not.
Yeah.
And people think, used to, back when I got into this, I used to have respect for these people. I did. Now, oh, hell no. Now they can go fly a kite. Now, I'd sooner tell them to kiss my ass. And a few other choice words.
Well, look. Put yourself in the average today. It's hard to do, but put yourself in the average person's shoes that they're like, school indoctrinated and
well, I used to be the average individual of not knowing any of what I know now.
Right.
I used to be that individual that's sitting there on your program listening to what I'm saying right now. I was there. I've been there. And now I am way, way past all that.
Yeah.
Yes. And so, and I just recently, probably a year ago, I've been lining my ducks up in a row. About a year ago, I'm assuming it's been, that I found out about the deadly weapon, which is the commercial lien. There's nothing anyone can do, you see, to cancel that when it's done hit the mail. If you try to stop it, your ass can go to jail. That's a fact. But only you can stop it. If they want to settle with you, then they have the choice of doing so in those 90 days before they get the commercial lien. The commercial lien papers are the very last of the daggone papers. So, if they don't, settle with you before then, and you mail that commercial lien, when you send your copies, your notarized copies to the sheriff's department, where you have sent it to the people that you're coming against by registered mail, that daggone sheriff has no choice but to confiscate their stuff, because you see, it's backed by their statutes and regulations and their United States codes and their federal codes, etc., etc. You have to use case law against those people, and they are bound by it through their businesses, be it a insurance representative. They're all under the laws. Whether they swore an oath or they didn't, they are still under those laws. All right? Because, why? They're commercial. All right? They're commercial. And all these corporations were created to serve we the people. And somewhere along the deviant works of man, they had made the people think that they were the servants to them. We are not subjects of them. They are subjects to us. So, you have the criminal enterprise with the judges, attorneys. I'm talking all judges in the world, all attorneys in the world, all cops in the world, all clerks in the world, and likely all the daggone sheriffs too. Maybe, at least. There might be a few good of those out there.
Yes.
But all the cops definitely are a party of the criminal cabal.
Yeah.
Of criminal enterprise. They're all there as revenuers to haul your ass in to get the grease put on the cogwheel there for the courts and for their bullshit and, get money from you to keep you in the poorhouse, people. That's what it's all about, that and to glean from the QV trust. Okay? And once they got your name, and once they have your Social Security, they can glean from it as long as you live. Okay? Because you're in the open record. Until you claim yourself back on the soil of the land they will continue to glean from the Cesta QV Trust through your name. Okay?
Well, look, most people, most Americans, they're not at even this step yet. So would not a
you're
start?
Right, they're not.
No. So, but would not a start be like, know your God-given rights and how they go against these, what we think are law and mandates, executive orders, emergency declarations, public health law, you know, we got to start. Like, there's a lot of people, they're just ignorant, fluoridated, lack of, knowledge of history that you gotta know. You got
history. Most of the history is nothing but lies.
Right,
you can't
right.
trust history because it was all a ploy in the political scene to sway
Okay, but wait.
people to believe how they wanted you to.
Is 9/11 history matter? Yes. Oklahoma City bombing, Waco, Ruby Ridge, Hurricane Harvey. You sign against. You will not boycott Israel. If you want FEMA help, history matter? Yes, it does. The recent history, even if it's not even that recent in people's minds, it all factors in that, like, wake up. Like, but you, what I'm trying to say is we're in a bind, Americans in general, because they don't know their history. If they knew their history, they wouldn't question a lot of this stuff.
I say check the history, period.
All right,
okay?
all right.
Check the history. Check all that you've learned through school and all the stuff, unless it's a personal thing that you yourself have lived through and know to be a fact. The hell with the rest of it. Okay? Ruby Ridge and all the stuff that's happened, what with all the false flags that have been pulled for these characters out there that have done stuff, that they have written stories about, that they have shown pictures and crap on TV, does not make it so. When I was growing up, it was take a picture, it'll last longer. Okay? Take a picture. Really? Well, how can you trust a picture? Pictures can be fudged. Videos now can be fudged. You know, they tainted everything. So unless you're a party and know for a fact that you have witnessed, you are a party of, you've seen it with your own two eyes, and even then, unless you're a part in the act of what's happening, you don't know if what you're seeing is the truth or not. You know, somebody sees somebody shoot somebody. Well, maybe they come in around the corner and they've seen them shoot them. That doesn't mean that they're guilty. That individual might have killed their wife or a child or something around the other corner, okay, that did harm to them. So this individual shooting them to keep them from getting the family that's around a corner behind them, okay? I mean, this is a crazy scenario, but I'm telling you, things happen. So unless it is happening to you, you cannot believe a picture or a video, because they can depict any daggone thing they want to. All right?
Yes. It's ironic, not even ironic, but it's true. Yes.
I mean, in this day and age, it's not something you just hear a story and then go all out and say, "Oh yeah, I believe that." You know, look, if it's news that you're watching, which you shouldn't be, I'm telling you, you should not be watching mainstream media. But if you come across a story, your local stories in your towns are probably factual. But then you need to back it up and
Well,
research it elsewhere. Don't just take one source. Find 4 or 5 sources.
yeah,
And I'm not talking about CNN and ABC and CNBC and all them people, because they're all going to be cookie cutter news. They're all going to give a paragraph and maybe one sentence past that, and they're all going to say the same daggone thing.
yeah,
That doesn't make it a fact.
that's right. And local news, the only hope with
Yeah.
local news is when it's really, really local. Because when local news shares national, they get it from AP Reuters. All one source.
Right.
Yep, yep.
So I wouldn't believe anything out of national news or you know, And I don't get my news from those sources when I do the news. And I've got my trusted sources. And, you know, I also dig into it a little bit. Some of them I watch. Depends on what the topic is. But, you know, I try to do the best I can. When I first started, it was over 6 years ago, 15,000 videos later. It's probably 16,000 by now. And YouTube has taken down a lot. They blocked me. They're shadow banning me. They're keeping me from comments. They've done some despicable stuff to me, but they're on the back burner too. I've already told them. I've already sent them the laws that they're breaking, and in spite of Trump saying, you know, it's supposed to be stop the censoring on the internet and all this malarkey, you know, well, I don't see any changes made, you know. But I've already sent her head honcho. It's a woman. I can't think of her name. She got a weird last name. That's why I can't remember how to say it. But anyway, it's not the normal Joe Blow thing. And I've sent them the laws. And I also told them I'm coming for you. You know? And it is what it is, you know. So, because I only do YouTube. I don't do Facebook. I don't do Twitter. I don't do anything else. But I used to get thousands. I'm talking 50s and hundreds of thousands of views on one video. Now I get 50, I get 20, and they are probably, you know, more. I'm sure they are a lot more, but it's just YouTube touching around the numbers. You know what I mean? So anyway, I don't care if it's only one individual that is getting it. That's fine with me. I don't care. I'm not about the damn numbers, you know. It's about educating people and revealing the snakes in the grass that will one day be held accountable by the Father Almighty if they're not on my chopping block, if they're not on my list to come after them. And believe me, there's a lot of people on my list. It's big, you know. And I have an investigator on one of the 1, 2, 3, 4 sets of stuff of folks I'm coming after, you know. And so he's working on the one. He knows about the rest of them, but we're taking them one at a time. And he's going down the list, and he's sending me all the pertinent information of these people. And
yes,
you know,
yes. Ha. Listen,
this is the only way that the people are going to be able to fight back is commercial lean.
Right.
You're never, ever, ever. I mean, every now and again, in their Mickey Mouse kangaroo courts of lies, every now and again they throw the dog a bone. And somebody, and you hear a case, oh my God, John won, you know, 30,000 or 100,000 or maybe even $1 million or whatever, you know. And they're saying, you know, hey, he had a damn good attorney and all that. Look, they're all throwing a bone out there to make you think that they're really doing something for we the people. They're not. That's just a smidgen of what they should be doing.
Ruse.
And they're just letting you see, you know, and make you feel that, oh, there is justice to be had. Let me
Yes.
tell you, look at the damn scales of justice. That freaking woman is standing there with a damn blindfold on, okay? And the scales are tilted. One side is higher than the other because your ass is at the bottom on the scale that's hanging the lowest, okay? They're above you, you're below. That's how they view you. That's how they'll always view you. And she is blind, not because justice is blind, but because there is no justice. And she's blind because they don't give a shit about you. Now you get the picture.
Aw.
You know,
Yeah, you just made a
Yeah.
bad. Yeah.
that's the honest goodness truth, man.
Yes, yes. Because we're deceived. The whole world lies.
Yeah,
It's like,
yeah.
if you just wrap our heads around it. Listen, we better
Yeah.
wind this up though. Like, okay, give
Like a doll.
that 2-minute wind down. What do we do? What's our remedy? Remedy, okay? Remedy. There you go.
The only remedy you have is the commercial lien. That's it. It'll take you 4 months to get it complete. Then you'll have whatever it is that they owe you, or else they will not have a life. This commercial lien literally takes everything they own, people. They don't want to monkey with that, but they're going to look at that. This is how they view it. This is how the ones I'm going after have viewed it, okay? They tacit acquiesced, which is where they think silence is golden. It isn't. I promise you, tacit acquiesce was not the correct way for them to go. But they're blocked in, you see, because they cannot contract with you because they are commercial. They can never answer the charges against them because they have to swear by affidavit to do so. What are they going to do? Swear to a pack of lies? They're going to rebut your truth? How can they rebut your truth when common law will not allow them to do so? All right? So they can't come against you. So the cards are on the table. So when they end up, not being able to answer and sit there tacit acquiesce, you're hanging them out to dry. You get it? And it's going to hang over them for 99 years. It will never go before a crooked judge. It will never be litigated by an attorney because you know what? Common law will not. If this was ever to be heard in a common law court, it cannot be argued by an attorney. An attorney cannot be hired and cannot be their mouthpiece to speak for them because attorneys are not welcome in a common law court. Okay? They are not welcomed in the court of we the people for the people. So when they tacit acquiesced on the testament of truth, they done lost the game. And it's a very serious game. They can't do anything. They're tied up. Their butts are on a silver platter, and I'm going after their assets. So,
Wow.
Anyway,
Yes.
I mean, they can't work because anything they make is going to be confiscated. So, and I have heard tell there was a sheriff that ended up having a commercial lien, President of the United States, Ronald Reagan. In fact, him and Nancy both had a commercial lien filed against them because the president is liable for everything out here. Okay? He is the top dog. He's the chief. He's the one that's held accountable. If you can't get satisfaction in your state, you go to the president. All right? So, and I'll tell you about that in a second. But, what was I going to say? Damn it. The commercial lien lasts for 99 years. I know I said that already. I'm trying to grab back my thought here. they have no wiggle room. They cannot get out of it. And like I said, no attorney can litigate it because they can't enter a common law court. All right? Can't do it. And since there are no common law courts, and you're dealing with the matter yourself in a commercial lien, then, oh, I know what I was going to say now. Thank you. That the sheriff killed himself. Now, that's sad. Everybody wants to go, oh, somebody killed himself. Hey, if he wasn't the evil crook that he was, to have a commercial lien filed against him, and if he had done what was proper and what was right and what was legal and what was moral and what was just, he would have never had a commercial lien filed against him. So I view individuals like that as snakes in the grass, the vermin that they are, the New World Order that they are, the treasonous, tyrannical traitors that they are. And who says that there shouldn't be a whole hell of a lot less of those types? Because I feel that they done sold their soul to the evil one many decades before it ever come to the part of them having a commercial lien filed against them. Now, this one guy was hounded by cops a lot. They just wouldn't leave the poor guy alone. Pull him over, give him a ticket here and a ticket there and everything. They were harassing him and terrorizing him. So he couldn't get anywhere in his own state. So he filed a commercial lien against President Reagan and Nancy. And sure enough, President Reagan and Nancy called this guy up. This is a true story, I'm telling y'all. So he called him up, said, what is it you want? Because he could have asked for the moon, and they probably stretched out there to get him, because every daggone thing he was getting in that presidency was about to go to this man. All right? But he didn't want that. He didn't want that. He just wanted to be left alone. And the president said, done deal. So this guy wanted to test that theory. President saying, done deal, really? You know? So he gets out in his car and he drives like crazy. Speeds really, really fast down a highway. And here comes the whoop-whoops. Here comes the cops. They pull him over again. And they asked him his name, and he told them his name. And they tipped a hat to him, said, you have a good day, sir. And drive safe. And he never had a problem with them cops again. Because Reagan called him, told him to get off his ass. Okay? So even a president cannot stop the commercial lien. That's how powerful the commercial lien is. All right? And I hope you ding-dongs out there, you federal agents, FBI, CIA, NSA, and the local yokels and the sheriff department that are sitting here tapping into my damn phone, listen to me try to educate the public out there with my friend on her show. And, you know, you don't have my permission nor hers or anybody else's to record anything that's been said in this conversation. But I know that you are the snakes in the grass. You're going to do it anyway. So if you're a federal agent on this line, make yourself known. Or any of the above that I've already mentioned. Hello? If you're a federal agent, make yourself known. Hello? I mean, we already know you're on there, so you might as well speak. When you're doing the crap that you do on the phone or disconnected. And that's happened many a time, you know. Go do whatever you do, you know, and leave us the hell alone.
Yeah. Or
you know?
join us. Join us and talk in. And like give your
Learn.
like come on.
Learn something.
Yeah. Yeah.
If you're an American, learn something, for goodness sake. Because the day, I promise you, the day is going to come when just because you're wearing a badge and a gun on your hip, that you think that the American people are going to help you when the shit hits the fan. You're going to want to only take care of your own family.
Yes.
And believe you me, you have put such a divide between we the people and yourselves for you all protecting the snakes in the grass that are the bad apples in your group. And you haven't stood up and stopped the bullshit. You've allowed cops to kill people, taser them to death, get in their groups and stand on people's necks and backs and put all your weight on them like you did Floyd, the guy, you know, if that is true, you know, whatever.
Yeah.
But, yeah, you need to get on the right side of the fence because you're going to be
That's right.
accountable to the
Get on
Father
the
Almighty.
right side of justice, because
That's right.
time's coming soon. And
Stop
yes,
coming against the people because
Yep.
you are going to, you know, the blood of the people that you have harmed is going to be on your soul forevermore when you meet your maker, and one day you will, be it soon or not, and you don't know when it's going to happen because the coals of indignation have been piled upon your head, and you don't know when he might send that angel to come and retrieve your ass immediately to answer to the Father. You
Yep.
don't know if it's going to be this next second or nanosecond or tomorrow or the next week or next month. You have no idea when he's coming to collect you. You could have a heart attack, bam, right like that. You could get COVID-19, bam, right like that. You could be hooked up to one of those respirators or whatever you call them, you know, and be killed by some daggone wicked nurse up there in the hospitals like they're doing.
Yep. Ventilators
Yeah.
kill 90%.
Or wrap your damn car around a pole somewhere, or somebody runs into you, or a truck driver, or you know, a semi truck run through the stoplight and smack right into you. You just don't know when your number's up. Is my point.
Yep.
And here you are doing your evils against we the people, all for the dirty dollar, all for the Social Security trust. All to keep the cogwheel running because you're the grease, you see.
And the Bar
Keeps it all
Association,
moving along.
the British,
Son.
the Bar Association, British Registry.
Oh,
Yep.
yeah. And if you,
You know,
think that
really.
Bar Association is out there to protect your ass, you got another thing coming.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
Because if
It's
you need one of
all
those
coming
whores
down.
for the crown,
Look,
if you need one of those whores for the crown to represent you, you're going to be one of those that are sitting in the seat like we the people are. Okay? Because you're just going to be another regular Joe Blow up there.
that's right.
You know, with your neck in the news, being represented for a whore for the crown that's already in allegiance with the crown of England and the judge and all the other assholes that run these damn crooked court systems.
Yep. Yep.
That's
Turning
what you
law against the people and running ramshod and just tyranny and treason.
Yeah. That's
Power.
right.
Control
And
freaks.
they are, because you all had oaths that you had to take too. I had the police oath of office. And if you served in the military, you have an oath there
Yes.
with the military on the Constitution. And then you have a third constitutional oath for the state that you are working in. So see, you have the police oath, you have your state oath, and then you have the constitutional oath. So
Look,
you have three on you. 3 strikes, you're out.
it's a lot of pressure. Look, the
peer pressure, bullshit peer pressure of this other little Nazi runabout SS damn officers out there. You know, they used to be called police men. Okay, they're no more men. They're just
law enforcers.
revenuers. They're revenuers. They're being used.
Yep.
I'm not saying all of them are dirty. I'm not saying that, y'all.
Right.
I'm saying that those that sit back and allow the bad ones to continue doing the bad, you're chicken shit's what you are. You know, y'all got your club. You're in your little membership, guys, and everything, just like the Boy Scouts and the Girl Scouts and all this. You're in your little club. Y'all don't clean the act up, let me tell you. there's going to be some stuff coming. And I do believe it'll be the New Madrid fault, where you got millions of people along the 8 states that are connected to the New Madrid fault. And if that should go, or China Lake there in Southern California, or Yellowstone, there's going to be some one of the 3 go off. And when this happens, pandemonium and chaos is going to be the rule of the day. And if you think that people are going to help you, think again. Because the people know who you are. They know what you are. They're your neighbors. Okay? And if you don't think that you're on a damn list, hey, think again. I heard tell years ago, I'm talking decades ago, I heard about what y'all are going to face. I've heard a lot of stories, but one comes to mind, traitor. Traitor. People are going to turn their back on you. They're not going to help you. And I know what's going to happen to the military folk that have done their pledge, and they've done screwed around and not done right by the oath that they took. Father says, take no oath of man. But y'all took that oath, whereby you're bound by it. So death do you part. You're bound by that oath. Whether you're in the military or you're not, you're still bound by that oath because you swore to it. You put your John Henry to it. So ironclad, it's stamped on your butt, and the toe tag's there for you. Till the day you meet your maker, it's there forevermore. So anyway, you're going to end up answering for it. And sorry to say that the people that are the traitors within the platoons, oh, I'm telling you, let me tell you this, you better pay heed, you military people, you traitors that are in the military. They're going to take a step back when roll call's done, and you're going to get shot right there, right where you stand for the traitors. The ones that took the piss test, it's called the litmus test. I find it really ironic that our country would call that a litmus test, which is a piss test on America. So you're asked as whether or not you would draw arms against your American people. Would you or wouldn't you? That's why they fired all the head generals and all them, because they refused to do so. So they wanted the ones in there that would do so. Now, we know what peer pressure would do. We've seen enough testing of the psychological bullshit that they've done to people and tested them. The peer pressure won every time. Won every time. So those of you that are out there in the military, hey, I come from a long line of military family. I love y'all. I do. I love you, but you're not what you used to be. And I'm all for you. But the way a lot of you are now, I don't know about that. I don't really trust you no more. Some of you that I've talked to, I do. But, I mean, how do you really know someone to talk on the phone? But as far as what I've heard tell years ago about it's already in motion, people, y'all got your lists. So do the people, you see. You betcha. The people have names too. And they know where your children are. They know where you go in recreation. They know all about you, folks. That's what I'm telling you. Y'all got your list? We the people's got the list on you. All the ones that want to do harm to the American people, you're on the list too. Know that. Know that. Bank on that. Okay? So you want to pull some shenanigans and bullshit on the people. They're coming against you. They're standing up for what's an American, what's right, what's just, what's moral. You go against all that in your constitutional oath, you're going to die. That's all there is to it. They've already got you pegged Because you see, you don't know who in your own platoon has already turned your name in for being the traitor you are. Because everybody needs a friend, and you're going to end up blabbing your mouth to that so-called friend when that friend is an operative. You understand? That friend is an operative to get in, to leach the information to the list. So you better give that some thought. Okay? Is that friend that's bunking next to you really a friend? Really? Oh no. You know, some of this shit's been planned out for decades before it ever comes to what it is today. Bank on that. So anyway, hell, we've talked for what? 2 hours? Oh my God. I gotta go to bed.
Yes,
Yeah,
you do.
I got family coming tomorrow, and I got to go to bed.
All right. All right. You know what is awesome? All you shared, I don't even know how to explain it, express it. I'm going to just post it. Amazing. We got to keep our senses about us though, right? We got to
oh, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
I mean, I could talk about this crap forever, you know? And it's just that the people need to get some gumption. They need to stand up for what is right, moral, and just.
Yes.
You start at the school with your children, all right? You go in there at your school board and you demand that they take out the damn 5Gs out of the freaking schools that are going to end up killing your children come fall.
Yes.
You demand that they take out the damn Wi-Fi, which is literally, and honest to God, it is sterilizing your children, your daughter's ovaries, your son's testicles, because it's sitting hip high in that damn school. And the radiation that's coming off of the damn Wi-Fi, why is it Wi-Fi? Why is it radiation that's leaching out? Why is it radio frequencies leaching out when all they had to do was put a wire cable from whatever the mechanism was to that computer? But no, they had to put in Wi-Fi. Do you not question this stuff, people?
Yes. Yes.
The 5G, let me say it real quick right now. 5G is being covered up by COVID-19 coronavirus. All right? Coronavirus, if you look it up in the damn medical dictionary, is a freaking common cold. And they have scared the hell out of the world, done their propagandizing bullshit of fear mongering to suck you in because you're not looking things up yourself. You're too into getting your little piece of the pie in your little town, in your little house, in your little city, whatever the hey is your excuse,
right,
which is not good enough, whatever it is, not to get off your ass. And I'm sorry to say this, but somebody needs to wake your ass up.
That's right.
They are killing you. Do you understand that? They are freaking killing you, and you're sitting there doing nothing about it.
Yep, yep.
So what? Does it take a tank to roll in your damn city and the damn Constantine wire thrown up across your street before you wake up and say, oh my God, what's happening? Really? They're killing you with GMO. They're killing you with GMO, freaking geoengineering, chemtrails, some of you folks still hang on to. And the damn fluoride and the chlorine in your damn water, your grandma's pills that are sucked down the toilet that isn't filtered out in your city water or county water, that they put all this shit in there to dumb you down, all right, to make you placid, to take away the testosterone in the men, okay, with the chemtrails and all that bullshit.
That's right.
And you're sitting there thinking, oh, well, I just don't know what I can do. Well, I'll tell you what you freaking do. You get off your ass. You call the county health department. You find out who the hell runs that damn thing.
Yes.
You tell them bastards down there that you're going to file a damn commercial lien against their ass if they don't stop poisoning you, because there is a thing with the EPA,
Right.
you're not supposed to poison the damn water.
Yes.
You contact then your damn city schools, your county schools. You get the names of the principals, the names of the damn administrator of the school, and you demand with the family, the parents, get off your ass. Go to these places. Demand that they get this vile shit out of your school to stop killing your children. And then, because I'm telling you right now, folks, the truth is that they've got the 5G in the damn ceilings in the classroom when your child goes. I mean, Bill Gates wants 10 million freaking so-called surplus people in the world. He wants 10 million. Let me tell you, I've seen a virologist, however you say that word, the other day that I did a damn story on, because they said, spread the word. You got the military that's going to die. You have the lab technicians going to die. You have the first responders and the damn medical industry that's going to die. All right?
That's right.
Because of 5G.
Yep.
COVID is a damn cover-up for 5G. 5G at 60 gigahertz ends up agitating the oxygen molecules in your daggone body, preventing your cells from absorbing the oxygen for your brain, your lungs, and your daggone heart. Get off your asses, people. Fight back. Stand up. Stop the bullshit.
Wait. Carol,
What?
the big thing is, do people got to be like really smart in legalese and all that to fight?
No,
Or can they just pray against this bullshit and the wickedness and know their God-given rights?
You can pray against it, but the Father Almighty, tempt ye not the Lord. If you got the sense to talk, you got the sense to get the parents together and the PTA members and shit, get off your ass. Contact your school administrators.
Yes.
All right?
Yes.
Tell them, if you don't do our will to protect our children, we're going to pull them out and homeschool. If
Yes.
you don't do our will, we're going to hold you accountable for the harm that's coming to our children.
Yes.
If I take my child to the doctor and have my child's testosterone levels checked, if I have their testicles checked for viability of any sperm in my child's sac, if I have my daughter's ovaries checked and they come harmed and they can't have children when they're of age to do so, then I'm coming after you.
Yes. Yes. And people can even go to their pediatricians and say, hey, if you're going to kick me out because I don't want my child to get vaccinated, I'm coming after you.
Take that damn case law from the Supreme Court on Bill Gates and say, hey, you see this right here? This is case law proving that what the hell you want to stick in my child's arm.
Yes.
That has no testament behind it that it does a damn thing.
Oh, except aluminum, mercury, formaldehyde, glyphosate, GMO, E. coli, diploid, baby aborted.
DNA from dogs, DNA from chickens, DNA from pigs. It's all up in there, people.
That's right. So we don't got to be really smart. We don't got to be really legal. We don't got to be lawyers, teachers. No, we could just be like, wait, we know our God-given rights, and this goes against it, and we're gonna start there, and then we'll hire people who are lawyers and.
No.
Well, okay, wait.
Ever, no.
All right,
you don't want to hire a whore for the crown to do your talking. You do that, and you've already given up your right.
No,
you have the right to speak your piece.
Yes. I'm saying that, look, for the people who think that, like, oh, I'm not smart enough, or I'm not, like, I know it's not right instinctively, but I don't know what to say. You don't gotta be. You don't have to have.
Let me tell you how to find the people that can head your group. When you have a PTA and you have one woman or one man, in the PTA that is the voice of that PTA with the school.
Yes.
That is your speaker.
Yes.
All right?
Yes. Yep.
When
Yep.
they speak out against what the hell the choices are that the school's making, be it books that they bring in to read, whatever the criteria is, it is those people that are voicing the opinions of the rest of the group that you need to talk. But don't shy off and leave it up to that one individual. You back them. You back them up.
Yes.
Go with them to speak to the administrator. I don't care if it's 10 people. I don't care if it's 50 people. And by gosh, you ought to take 100. Okay?
Yes.
Or 250 people.
That's right.
You crowd into that damn administrator's office and say, hey, slap your hand down on that damn table and say, this is how it's going to be.
That's right.
Not ask and say, well, can't we, be a mouse about it? Well, can't we? What if we just let him do this or that? Hell no. You go in with the authority that the Father Almighty gave you.
Yes.
Fear not. And you stand in front, and you have the angels in front of you, and you speak peace to be in that room when you go in. And then if things get heated, they get heated, right? Then they know that you mean business. You can't back down from these damn people. Give them an inch, they'll take a mile. You
Listen.
stand up for your rights.
That's
protect
right.
your child.
That's right.
Okay?
It's right. And you know what? Too many people have lost their lives giving us the way forward. They went forward and they lost their life because of the tyranny. So we cannot afford to not back up and yes.
And that goes for your governor, it goes for your section of the state, your senator, that goes for your state representative, which is even closer to you, and your state senator, and then if need be, the congressman. Okay? So,
Yes.
but he's federal. He's federal, he's not state. So, your governor, your state representative, and your state senator. Those are the people you need to hold accountable.
Yes.
All right?
Yes.
You bombard their damn offices. And let me tell you, I've told it for years. If a damn senator or governor or state representative receives 7 calls in one day over the same issue, they consider that an emergency. Okay? That is an emergency. So man the phones, call them. Have 20 damn people call them. Have 50 people call them. 100 people call them and say, we're going to hold you accountable. You are not doing the will of the people. Do the recall votes, okay? A lot of states have the recall, and that's what you do there is I think it's 1,000 signatures. You go around your daggone street. You knock on every damn door. Get your friends, get your family, get your friends at their business that can take papers, write down some excerpts of what the politician has said, that he's lied, that he's done this, that he's done that, and he's not doing the will of the people. And then, by gosh, take that to the voting register office and tell them you demand a recall vote. Because if he's not doing what or she is doing the will of the people, their ass loses their job. All right? And they cannot be reelected because they failed the people.
Wait. Wait. Where do you take the signatures to? Say that again.
To the voters' office. To the voting office.
All right.
Take it there.
If we just knew it enough and put it in our forefront.
It doesn't take a lot to join together if they're chicken shit, if they don't know how to speak, if they just find somebody that knows the stuff, that can speak to them eloquently and with a tempered mouth. I'm not. I would not be the right person for the job.
You're fired.
I would be, but I'm a bulldozer, man. You know, I don't fuck around. I'm sorry, y'all. I have to say that word.
No, you're the background. You're the background info. Yes. And yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I would speak, but they probably wouldn't want to listen to me.
Yeah.
They probably just go real damn quick and lock and bolted.
You crack me
You
up
know,
because you're like,
somebody
no,
needs to be
you're like,
calm
you
and
speak.
collected and go in and just make their demands, you know? But if things got heated, that's when I come from the background to the front line.
That's right. Oh.
And then I would lay down the law. You know, but yeah, people need to get your groups together and go to these damned offices
Yes.
of the people that were elected in your cities and your towns and freaking demand that they do the will of the people.
Yes.
Y'all are letting them get away with it now.
That's right.
Back in the olden days when they did the shit they're doing now, they either hung them or they tarred and feathered them.
Yes.
Okay.
Hung them in the town. Yeah, and literally hung or tar feather. You're right. You're right.
Yeah.
Wow.
And run
Yeah.
them out on a rail. Okay?
Yep.
That was what took place in the olden days. And I think personally they ought to bring that back. You know, at least they're still alive. They're just tarred and feathered. And,
Yeah.
you know, but whatever.
Well, yeah. Yeah. No, because look, treasoners, war criminals, people who do crimes against humanity, they need to be hung by the rope. You know, maybe not. Or like some people say, like, oh, put them in prison for life. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
But we got to get to know what our rights are and where we stand. And it with all of our, like every state, every governor, and every, like, where we stand, people don't know their rights or they're afraid to. And that's the problem.
That's sad, man.
Yes.
It's so sad. I've been fighting this beast for decades, okay? And I know it pretty much inside out. And I know what they are. I know that they've all signed off, you know, they're foreigners, they're foreign statements, they're anti-bribery statements, and all this bullshit. But they all have bonds on them, or else they cannot hold the office. Find out where their bonds are, people, okay? And file complaints against their bonds. File a claim, not a complaint. Let me reiterate that. File against their bonds for breaking their oath of office. All right? That's another avenue you can go down. You know, I just filed one on a 400,000 claim on a PVA clerk. Yeah, I did. You know, so I mean, find their bonds and lay claim to them for breaking their oath of office. That's a claim, people. That's a claim right there. So you get, you know, several people together, you split up the proceeds. You know, everybody that's doing it, yeah, because see, once they lose their bond, they cannot be in office. You file a claim against their bond, and let me tell you, they're going to want to hide that bond because they don't want nobody to file against them, you see. Well, my daggone computer just went off, folks. Oh, it's back on. I had that happen to me before when I was on the phone. It just went black. Yeah. So,
Yeah.
You know, there's so many avenues that y'all have. You have choices. Either recall, because see, a recall is that once you get 1,000 signatures, I do believe it's 1,000. And you could get that lickety split. I mean, come on.
Right. 1,000 is not that.
Street to get signatures.
Right,
you
right,
know?
right.
And then take it to the voting office, and they have to do a recall. And what they do is they have a special voting time to see whether or not the people will vote for this individual. And if they don't get enough votes to cut the mustard, then they're out. Totally out. They done been fired. They done got dismantled, whatever, you know. They're out of office. So
Yeah. And a
lost their
thousand.
job.
Yeah. That's not that much. It really isn't.
No, it
And
isn't.
yeah.
No, it isn't.
And we're at war.
So, but
We're at
not
war.
every state has the recall. Kentucky, the last I looked, they don't have it. Because
See-
had they had it, I could have been hot and heavy on that one.
There's
But,
a lot of
they
people
don't
right
have it.
now.
And how convenient, you know, for all these damn public servants not to have it. You know what I mean? That we, the people, can't come after them in that manner, but you still can go after their bond if you can find it, you know. So most of them are covered under a blanket bond, you know, like your police department and all that. If you sue a cop under their insurance through the city, then that makes the entire insurance rate go up for the entire cop force. Okay, so they don't want you suing them because that's going to increase the rates on all of them if you sue just one. Okay, so I mean it's something for them to think about because they do people dirty out here, and we're just trying to live our lives and you know live in peace and live in harmony. And peace, joy, and all the things that Father Almighty ended up giving us, and they are the ones that are perpetrating crimes against mankind for the almighty dollar.
Yeah,
that's what they're all about.
Look, we before BLM came in the scene, we had like police, not like on. I don't know how to word it. Police corruption, right? Falling on us, and militarized police. Yeah. And now we got BLM, which is a foreign UN force upon us.
Yeah, that's all bullshit. It's back to the damn same old thing. Black against white, and white against black, and Hispanics. I mean, hell, before it was the Indians. Now it's going on and on and on about the blacks. And hey, I'm sorry that your damn great grandmother, by God, was a cotton picker and was beaten by the slave master. That is not my fault.
Well, but now, wait. BLM right now is this army. Wait. Yeah, it's an army from corporate Walgreens, Walmart, Target. It's all blacks, all gay, all feminist, all transgender.
Yeah,
wait. All illegal immigrants. They don't say illegal. They say immigrant leaders, but they mean illegal. Okay.
Well,
so
they had to get them all together and make a bigger group.
They did. They did.
To be defaming or being, I'm not against black people. I'm not a racist.
Well, no. Stop.
The Cherokee. Okay. I'm a descendant of the Cherokee. My great grandmother was full-blooded Cherokee. And I lost my nationality. I lost my history because of the Trail of Tears. And by gosh, I'm still pissed off about it. But do I blame the whites? Well, tad bit. But am I out there raising hell against them? No, I'm not.
But wait.
Have I formed a group of Native Americans? Fuck the American part, okay? Because we were a country before they ever dubbed this soil America. All right. This was a free nation at one time, and it was run by the natives, the indigenous people of this land. And they have screwed us over frontwards, backwards, and upside down, and right side up.
Yes.
And they are still doing it. Yeah, the blacks, they have a lot of legal force. They have their groups and all that. Where the hell is the native people, the indigenous people of this country? Where the hell is their voice? Because, you have them out there in Oklahoma and all these other damn states that are fighting just for clean drinking water that they have tainted.
No, sorry. It's drowned out because Black Lives Matter in the BLM world, and then gay, queer, feminist, illegal immigrants, that all comes before anything else. It comes before clean drinking water, indigenous rights.
Yeah,
but
water,
it's not even just that. It's an excuse to form a foreign military army against this country, and then use it under the guise of, because they care. They don't care. It's not. No. BLM is it's just ISIS. It's BLM is ISIS.
Yeah, whatever the hell they are, they can kiss my royal ass.
And you know what?
Just Black Lives Matter.
Listen.
People in general in this country, everybody's life matters.
That's right.
I don't give a damn if you're Chinese, Japanese, freaking Mexican, Hispanic, rather. Native American. I don't give a shit what you are. I don't give a shit what color you are. I don't give a shit what your nationality was. My gosh, everybody's life matters.
No dapple.
And who dare anybody form a damn group with a bunch of freaking gays, a bunch of freaking blacks, everybody out there to put the divide, okay? The divide between white, black, Hispanic, gay. I mean, look, I don't give a shit about what the gays do in their damn bedrooms, okay? I could give a flip about what they do. I'm not against any of them. If that's your lifestyle, hey, have at it. I don't need you rubbing it in my damn face saying, ooh, I'm gay, or whatever the hell you do with your life. That is your damn business. It ain't mine. I don't need you to infringe on my peace and my quiet and getting out there and ranting and raving about you being a gay. Who gives a fuck? Okay? Do what you're going to do in your rooms. Okay?
Oh, no. No, they want to rape. They want to rape. No, they want to rape. They want some of them. They want to rape children. But no dapple. That was like, that is your Indians saying, like, guard this land. You're not, government, gonna toxify this land area. No dapple?
Yeah, but they did it.
Yes, they did.
They did it. And they have committed atrocities against the natives, okay? Against their land. I'm talking the reservations. The ones that crowded them off onto, all right? Stealing their land everywhere else. And not one tribe of this nation, of the 5 tribes that are left, that is, has ever accepted the money that this government, so-called government, has tried to pay them off for the land that they stole. Not one tribe has accepted that money. Not one.
Right. That's right. And then you got the flip side. You got the BLM and what is BLM? BLM is
what?
BLM. Black
Lives
Matter.
wrong what I said a while ago. I got to correct something. It wasn't my great-great-grandmother. It was my great-grandmother that was full-blooded Cherokee. It was my mother's mother's mother. And I met her when I was about 7 years old. And I was somebody that thought they got in a 4th-generation picture when I was at her house, but I didn't. But anyway, she had long black hair.
Your
tall,
great grandma.
dark
Yeah.
brown skin, olive skin.
Yep.
And, she scared the hell out of me. She was so freaking tall. My mother was tall. She was 5'11". My dad was 6'1". And I'm tall for a woman, I guess. I'm 5'9", or was. My back had probably shrank. But, But anyway, all in all, people wake the hell up.
Yes.
Stand up for your children. If you can't do it for yourself, do it for them. Okay? Get you some gumption,
That's right.
I don't know what more to say in this conversation. I think I've told almost all of it. I don't know, But
You know what? Bottom line. Bottom line. What's the bottom line? Bottom line. What?
Commercial lien.
Well.
Commercial lien.
Okay. Legally.
Legally.
Yes.
Pray. Pray the prayer of agreement.
Yes.
With your family.
Yes.
Love your family. Love the Father. Call out to Him because He is your rock. Okay? That's a given. He is your rock. And He will move you out of danger's way. Just like He did in Scripture. Hello. He will provide for you. He will not see His children begging bread. All right? That's His words, not mine, people. That's His words. He will not. I tell you what, when the Father Almighty, not when, but, actually, when He does, look, He can send an angel at your door in a nanosecond.
That's right.
You honor Him. Honor Him. He says, honor Him. I'm not sure that's the term, though, that's in the book. Come to Him. Put Him first. That's what it is. Put Him first, saith the Lord. And see that I don't open the windows of heaven and pour you out a blessing that your home cannot contain. How much plainer can He be?
Yeah.
Put Him first, saith the Lord.
Yes.
We are to test Him on His word, because I can assure you with every ounce of my being, He will not void out any of His words. They're not going to return to Him void. All right? What He has spoken in His words will surely come to pass. Just like I told that girl, Stephanie McGuire, His words will come to pass. You mark mine. I'm telling you straight from the Father to your ear on this phone. And it did. It took it, let me stop saying, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 15, 12 years, but it came to pass. 12 years of the 13 that I battled them. And I'm telling you, I always put the angels before me. So,
Yes. And you know what?
He's there. I just wish, I really, really do wish there was a way for one individual to impart to another individual, and like sending out little sparkle lights or something, if it could be done, to impart my faith to others.
Yeah. You know what's amazing?
See and feel His presence and hear His voice, which is, I guarantee you, so sweet.
Yes.
So calm, so collected, so loving, so giving. And I can assure you, you will know His presence when He's with you.
Yes. Yes.
Just as I do right now.
You know what? Yes. It's hard because God does not force His will. He doesn't force it.
No, He doesn't.
He demands us.
Up here, just came to mind. If y'all remember the story of Peter in the boat with the rest of the disciples, and Jesus, Yeshua, was walking on the water coming to the boat in the tumultuous weather and the lightning and the waves being big and the white capping and all the turmoil in the ocean. All right. And here comes Jesus walking on the water. What a sight that must have been to behold. And it scared them. They were terrified, thinking it was a ghost or whatever, a spirit or something. And Peter called out to him and said, Lord, if it be you, let me come out and walk on the water, something along those lines. And he said, come forth. And he stood out, went to step out, and everybody else in the boat saying, oh, no, don't do it. You're going to drown. Don't do it. Trying to, that was Satan talking to him, you see. Using them to try to convince him that he could not do what the Father just stood there and had his Son tell him to do.
Yes.
So his faith was so strong that he stood out on that water and he walked to Jesus.
Yes.
But what happened? He turned his focus off of Jesus, Yeshua. And he started looking at the lightning and looking at the white capping and the waves and the swirls of the water. And he got scared and he took his focus off of him. Then what happened? He started to sinking. And he said, save me, save me. And Jesus walked up, Yeshua, and reached his hand down and brought him up out of the water. So people, you have to focus on him. All this stuff in the world is a theater, okay? It's an act being played before your eyes from every participant from this end of the world to the other end of it. They're all a party to it. This is Satan's playground. And Satan's playground has the spirits of the air, the radio, the TV, the computer, the phones. It's all the waves. It's the air. It's the radio frequencies. All right? Just like the 5G towers are. All right? It's evil.
Yeah.
What's that TV do? The propaganda to scare the hell out of you. What's the radio do? Put music that goes in conflicts against your soul because it's off key, you see. So it rubs the spirit wrong. They geared it that way.
Yeah. Even it's so wicked. Even if the music is good,
everything in this
the sound.
And why wouldn't it be?
Yeah.
Father cast him down to this earth.
That's right. And
our purpose is to keep our focus on the Father through his Son's blood to get back home. Keep your focus on him. Fight the good fight of faith. Stand up for what the Father says that you should stand up for.
Yes.
And that's your children. Protect them. If you don't have a sword, sell your cloak and go buy one.
That's right.
Okay? You're not there to be beat up. You're not there to be killed by these satanic morons. All right? The minions from hell, because they're coming. And if you don't have any scripture in your heart and in your mind and in your soul and written upon your soul, which means memory, all right? If you don't have any words, I suggest strongly that you learn some. And learn who you are in the power of the Father Almighty. Because believe me, you hold the power. He gives you authority over everything. You have dominion over everything in the air, on the land, and under it in the sea. All right?
Yes.
He gave that to you. Who are you to whine and cry, Father, help me! Help me! They're beating me up. Damn it. He gave you the power. Stand up for yourself. Stop crying out to him. Yes, you can pray to him. You can thank him. You can honor him. You can love him. You can stand on his word that he's already given you. Do you not think that he grows weary of hearing everybody crying out to him in their misery because, Father, do this for me. Father, do that for me. Father, do my will. Not yours, but do mine. I want this car. I want this house. I want a lot of money. I want this. I want a child. I want, I want. Is it all about me, me, me? No, it is not. It's about him. It's about him. He says, turn away from your sin. Call out to me, says the Lord. Call out to me. All right. He will help you gladly because he is our Father. He will help you gladly because he loves you. He gave his only Son for you. And if you rebuke him and you turn your back on him, the day will come that when you finally wake up and you turn and say, Father, help me, the windows of heaven will have been closed. Because it speaks of this in the scripture. The day's coming and it's fast approaching. He is cutting the wheat from the chaff, and he's been doing it for the last 6 years that I'm aware of.
Yes.
He's cutting it, people, and the day's coming that you will not hear those that have not already chosen his Son to be their Savior and to repent for their sins and call out to him. So all I can suggest is to run to him.
Yes. Run.
Run, don't walk.
That's right.
Run.
That's right. Run.
And you've heard the song when we were children saying, this little light of mine, I'm going to let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm going to let it shine. Don't you, my little light out. I'm going to let it shine, let it shine, let it shine, let it shine. I'm not going to hide it under a bush. I'm going to let it shine. And then so forth, so on. Okay? What's the matter with you? You all right? What's the matter with you? I'm having a problem here. I don't know if he had a nightmare or what. Excuse me. You okay? You okay? Okay. I'll look at you. Okay. It's okay. Bless your heart. So, anyway.
God lets us know. We are at a time. We got not a lot of time. No sitting on the fence. Nope.
No.
No more time for that.
No more.
Take your pick.
Man. It's get on the right side of the fence here. If you're going to stay on the evil side, then so be it. If you're going to go to the Father, you better do it now. I'm telling you, time is approaching. And I can also tell you this, something that he impressed upon me. Now, he's come to me in dreams, people. He has shown me things that are in the future. Not much, but some. And I'm telling you, the time's coming that if you know his words, if you know who you are in his power, he, not you, is going to perform the miracles. He, not you, is going to speak through your mouth. He, not you, is going to be able to raise your right hand and rebuke what is coming at you. And 10,000 or 1,000 falls at your left hand and 10,000 at your right. That day is fast approaching, people. But if you don't have him in you, you don't have scripture in your head, in your heart, in your soul, you're not going to be able to do this stuff. You understand me? You're not going to be able to rebuke what's coming at you because you're going to be scared of what's coming at you. And he says what? Fear not, for I am with you. So why are you scared of all the bullshit that the damn government is doing? Why are you scared of the vaccines? Why are you scared of what a governor is saying? Rebuke them, bind them. You have the power of prayer. It's one of the most important tools that he gave you, the power of agreement in prayer. Get your wife together, or your husband, or your children, if you don't have a spouse, or your sister, or your brother, or your uncle, or your aunt, or your grandmother, or your granddaddy, or a friend, or a neighbor, or whomever, a cousin, okay? Anybody that is willing to pray with you in agreement of an issue. And if you want to speak against that mountain, believe me, I'm literally talking a mountain. When he says you can command that sycamore tree and tell it to move, it shall obey you. But if you don't have the faith to do it, it will not move an inch. Okay? It won't move an inch. And I know of one story in my life that I came across of a little boy that he had the faith in the Father. And he walked out on a pier every day to pray for his daddy to come back from the Iraq war. And he was teased by some of the town people. Oh, look at him out there praying again for his daddy to come home from the military. And that little boy, every day, went out toward the afternoon, walked out that pier, and stood at the end of that pier and prayed for his daddy to return home. And one day, one of the grown-up assholes, Satan, ended up approaching this young boy. We're talking a young boy, okay, 10 years old, 12 years old, somewhere around there. And this man asked him, why do you go out there and pray? Don't you know that doesn't do any good? Why are you going out there praying for your daddy to come home? He said, because he's coming home to me. He said, yeah, right. He said, if you have such faith, why don't you look at that mountain there and tell it to move? Pray for that mountain to move. And I'm here to tell you, the people in the street that this man was confronting this child stood there and watched that little boy. I'm getting choked up just talking about this. That child, it's an honest God's true story. He bowed his head. He began praying to the Father. There was no earthquake, no ma'am. And that mountain moved. The coordinates of that mountain, because everything's got coordinates, longitude, latitude, all this kind of stuff. That mountain literally moved for that child because he had unwavering faith. And when y'all get that, you can stand against the wiles of the evil one. And if you don't have that, I urge you to get it, because you're going to need it, because there's a war that is going right now, a spiritual warfare against the evil one, and they are using the politicians, the governors, the state senators, the congressmen, and all these people, and the cops, and the military, and the attorneys, and the judges, and the clerks, and all these people, okay? Because they are their minions. They are depicting evil against mankind. And the sooner you wake up to the fact of this evil and learn to use some scripture and learn to pray and ask the Father to talk to you, pray to Him. Ask Him to send you dreams. Ask Him to show you and to reveal to you His peace. Because I'm here to assure you, it will pass all your understanding when you get it. You will have no fear. You will not walk in fear. You do not give it a second thought. because to you, it does not exist any more than it does for me. That's where your faith is. Now, I've seen death. I've watched them murder my daughter. I've lost a grandchild, the future garden that I was growing. I've lost both parents. And I have been prevented from living my life. But does that deter me from going forward? Hell no, it does not. Is it going to stop me? Hell no, it's not. I'm going to do what the Father set my feet on the path to do in this life. And if I can help some people along the way, then hey, that suits me just fine. Even if it's only one individual out there. And I know a lot of people say it, Steph, if I can help just one. I mean it, literally. If there is just one that's earshot of my voice and learns from the trials and tribulations that I have suffered through, to educate them, to bring them along, to bring them up in this world. Not a handout, but a hand up. To help them stand on their own 2 feet. To learn from my mistakes, because believe me, I made many. But it was a trial and error. I went through many trials to learn what I know now. And I just want to help people. I don't run ads. I don't get paid for what I do on YouTube. I just want to share my knowledge so that others can follow in my footsteps and become a free individual. Okay? Now, I'm not necessarily talking about law here. I'm talking about Father's law and really becoming free, because we are His children. And His children need to stand up and get a backbone now. Just sitting back is not going to do the trick. You know? Like He said somewhere in John, if you don't have a sword, go sell your cloak and buy one.
Yep.
But get off your butt and do something, you know?
That's right. Oh.
So anyway. Well, geez Louise, man, it's 3:26. I got to get up at 7. So.
All right.
Yeah, we got to. Yeah.
You know what? You have done such a blessed, awesome testimony. I don't even I don't know how to say it. It's like so amazing.
Well, I love to bless Him, you know, to praise Him and
Yes.
honor Him. And by what He has taught me, perseverance, tenacity, yeah, those are tools for the good too, people. And He gave me my share of it. You know, there was many a time in my early days that I wanted to give up and stop it and just let the world roll over me, and He wouldn't let me do that. I used to sit at that old desk model computer years and years ago and cry out to Him every time I sat down at that old computer. And I would cry out to Him and you know, keep my mind true. I pledged my mind and ordered my mind to be aligned to His Yeshua's. I said, keep my heart true, keep my mind straight, keep me focused so that I can do the job that I'm about to do. I've said that every time I sit down at that computer, because I was taking on at that time Liberty Mutual for, at that time, 25 years of their bullshit. Okay? So I had stacks and stacks. This is my early days now, people. Stacks and stacks. I had so much to say in the 25 years of their abuse that I was repeating myself in what I was saying in those documents. I have honed my skills since then. Doesn't take me long to get it said. I just list the laws of the case law. You know, it's honed now. But back then, no, it was not. And and that was in the statutes and regulations, that I mistakenly and was duped like you have been, thinking it was law when it's not. So he led me through all that. And I wanted to give up, and I cried out to him, I want to stop. I want to quit. I hate this. I would kick my feet like a child having a tantrum and raise 7 kinds of hell because I hated it. I absolutely hated law, what I thought was law. And it was stressful. It pained me to do it. Many tears fell on those keys. A lot of frustration. But he kept me at it. He kept me at it. And had he not kept me at it, I would have never understood him when he woke me up at 2 o'clock that morning and told me those 2 words, common law. Because until I learned their tricks of the trade, I wouldn't have understood his, you see. So Father does have a profound path for each of us to walk or roll, depending on how you are physically. And he ended up telling me that. And had I not already studied my opponent for years, I would have never understood what common law was. But after he told me that morning, I will end it with this. I mean, because I could talk forever about this stuff. He, when he told me common law, and I opened up my laptop that next or later on that morning and discovered that and what it was, I fired off 14 counts against JP Morgan Chase under the laws they're to abide by. Misappropriation, RICO racketeering, coercion, collusion. There was a whole lot of banking fraud, regular fraud, deceit and deception, mail fraud, which is a felony. Because every envelope they had sent me for 13 years was a count against them as a felony. All right? They were trying to coerce me to pay them money that was not for them. I mean, it's fiat money, okay? It's monopoly money. It's not real. It's not backed by gold. It's just bullshit charade that got going across the world. The people that believe that it's got any value to it when it doesn't. So they ended up folding and filed their motion to vacate the case. When I said that to her, yeah, they wanted out of that real quick. So I had to call a reminder last week. I'm coming for you. You still there? You awake?
Yes, I am. Yes.
But anyway, as the story goes, I'm finally reached a point to fruition for all the decades of laboring to get to the point of where I am now. And that is a blessing.
Yeah.
It's not, it has nothing to do with the money. The money is a cushion. The money is fun. The money, you can do shit with money. Okay? I don't give a daggone if it's fiat money or not. It spends. All right? But it's not about the money. It never was about the money. Deserving of it? You damn right I am. Accept it? You damn right I will. But the thing is, on the what they've done to me, robbing me of my life, and that of my children's lives and my grandchildren's lives, robbing me from them and participating in family functions. I mean, the list is long, okay? And it's grievous. So, yeah, I'll take their money, you betcha. I'll take every plug nickel. Well, let's not say plug nickel, but I'll take every nickel they got. Penny, dime, dollar, 20s, 50s, hundreds, thousands. You know, yeah, I'll take it. You betcha I will. Because I am deserving of it. But it's about restitution
Yeah.
in a sense, okay? The money is to punish them for their wrongdoing and pray the Heavenly Father that they never, ever do something like they've done to me for 35 years to another living soul. So I'm not only going for the $4 billion they owe me for incarcerating me and stealing my life. I haven't even added the pain and suffering they've caused me. I've not even added the punitive damages they've caused me. And that is 5 times. 5 times what they literally owe me. So that would be $20 billion, all right? If I was going after the $4 billion, I would tack on the rest of it. But I told them, hey, I'll give you a break. You find that asshole Mike Beck and the rest of the assholes that work at the claims office, I'll let you slide at $350 million. But if you don't jump on this with both feet, I said, I'm coming for the $4 billion. And then we'll see how you land. Because the cat is on the hot tin roof. All right? Yeah. So, and whether they pay me or pay my estate is, it doesn't matter to me. Okay? I've lived off of my meager income since I got injured in 1981. Okay? Took me 4 years to get my workers' comp. So that put me at 1985. So, you know, it's been a trip, I'm here to tell you.
Yeah.
But anyway, the Father has blessed me over and over and over again. And whenever I've needed something, really, I mean, he's made a way for me. So, I mean, hey, what can I say? I can't raise hell. I tell you, I got ticked off at me. I did raise hell with him once. I was cussing and ranting and raving. I was saying shit and damn, not giving any thought about him holding my heartbeat. And, no, I didn't even think about that. Because he says come to the throne boldly, right? I mean, we're his children, right?
Right.
We can go to that throne boldly with our, let me see, what should I call it? Our petition. That's what I call it. Our petition, our grievance, okay? So I did. For 45 minutes, I ranted and raved, and I won't get into the whole long, drawn-out story, but I did for 45 minutes, and he made daggone sure I see that clock sitting on the piano telling me the time. He had me look at it, so I knew when I got done, it was exactly 45 minutes. And at the end of it, now I had witnessed and been a party to 2 people that I knew that he had me pray for that received absolute miracles, okay? Big miracles. And here I am, got divorced the second time, lost a child, a grandchild, I mean, and a lot of crap was happening in my world. And here I am still fighting to get a wheelchair, still fighting this, fighting that, you know, and then the bank after my house and blah, blah, blah. You know, play the freaking violin, okay? So I'm pissed off. I'm pissed off at the Father.
Oh, shoot.
Did you just hang up on her? You just hung up on her. It's pretty fucked up. No. right.
Hey, I'm sorry. My phone,
Huh?
my phone dropped, and look,
Oh gosh, I heard something. So, are you still recording?
but
Me
yes,
to finish this?
yes,
Okay.
yes, finish,
All right.
yes.
Welcome me back, folks. Anyhow, what happened was I was ranting and raving and saying shit down because I was pissed off. And because not that they got their miracles, I wasn't pissed about them getting their miracles, okay? I was pissed because I haven't received one, all right?
Yeah,
I was upset that I felt left out, that Father hadn't helped me when I had prayed and prayed and prayed and prayed. And here I was still struggling to survive. And it just wasn't time for me yet, you know? And I mean, the clock's set by him, not me or us. So when I ran in for that 45 minutes, and I looked up at the ceiling toward him, and I screamed out at him. Ashamedly, I admit, but I screamed out at him, and I said, "What have you done for me?" And I was so heated that I had little perspiration beads on my forehead. I was hot to try. I was sick. And I sat down and I inhaled and exhaled. And when I exhaled the air, he spoke. And when he spoke, he didn't do it demeaning. He did not holler at me, which he surely could. He could have dropped me dead in a nanosecond for even coming to him like I did. But he loves us enough to listen to our petition. Okay, folks? He loves you enough. He gave his only son. And then when he spoke and he said and answered my question, "What have you done for me?" And he said, "I gave you my son." Now, folks, you can't argue with that. There's no way you can argue with that. And I felt about as big as an ant. Well, no, let's go to the amoeba. And I wanted to crawl under the foundation of this concrete slab that my house is sitting on. Because I was so instantly ashamed when he said that. "I gave you my son." How do you come back on that, people? You don't. You absolutely don't. And I have never, ever been angry with him since that day. I don't understand his ways. No, my mind doesn't have the capability of understanding his ways. No, not in a long stretch. But everything is in his time. He said it. He made it. The time is in the Father's hands when he's going to pour out a blessing to us. It could be instant. I've had those happen several times. It could be the next morning. I've had those happen several times too. Unbeknownst from the night before that I've said a prayer. Or it would be instant, such as one day I had no money and I needed money desperately. And a check that I had sent to the county to pay for some daggone tax. I don't remember if it was on the car, what it was. But that check got returned to me the very day I said the prayer. And I'm thinking, huh? Why is this check being returned to me? And I needed it. It wasn't a very big check, but I needed it. And he made sure I got it. And I called the clerk. I said, hey, why'd you return my check? Now, the weird thing is that I had the little card that they sent me saying I owed it. What I thought I owed. Okay, this was many moons ago. And I thought I owed it. And I wrote it on my budget. I used to have a budget in a tablet. And I wrote it in there. Go to, how much it was, what the tax number ID was, all this stuff. But for some reason, when it came around to me paying the daggone thing, when that week came about, I couldn't find the little card to mail it in with my payment. So I just mailed it because I already had the tax ID number and the amount in my budget and who it went to, yada, yada. So I put it in the mail and sent it to them. They sent it back. I called them. I said, why did you send this back? She simply said, we don't have any record of that. I said, excuse me? What do you mean you don't have any record? I said, I got that little card y'all sent me, and it had that amount on it, and that was the number that she had assigned to it. I wrote it, and I checked it. I double-checked it and triple-checked it, that it was written right in my book. She said, I promise you, we don't have it. I said, oh, look, lady, I'm arguing with her to take his money, literally. I said, look, if I cash this check, I will not have the money to pay you if you end up later saying, oh, yeah, I'm sorry, we made a mistake. You owe that money. I said, I can't do it then. She said, please, cash the check or return it to your checking account. Spend the money. It's yours. We have no record. Now, you tell me that wasn't the Father Almighty, okay? That he can erase what is in there for a debt. That he can take it out of their computer. That he can take everything away that they come at you with. Okay? It's been done. It is done. It has been done. And I know it to be a fact. But it disappeared, you see. He has the power to do that. It's not for us to understand his ways. Our only thing is to believe on him. Ask and it shall be given. And I asked and he gave. Because he knew I was desperate. He knew I needed it urgently. And bam, there it was. Bam, you know. So I hope y'all build your testimony. I hope you testify to how good and great the Lord truly is. I hope above all things that you would be prosperous and healthy, that you would be happy, that you would fall in his grace, and that it would sustain you. Because I'm telling you, I know he's real. I know he's real as I do that when I get up in the morning, that my light switch is going to turn that light bulb on. I know he is real. So, you know, when you lay your head down tonight or this morning, whichever the case may be, say your prayers. Ask his guidance. Ask his protection. Bless your house. Bless your children. Bless yourself. And then when you go through the house reading all those Psalms that I told you, 91, 35, 23, and 37, then seal that back door or front door or that window that you did not bless so that the bad things can have a way out. And then seal that last one and do the center of your house and the floor and the ceiling of your house. Okay? To protect above and below. You understand? And then seal the last window or door. And boom, you're done. Now, I have actually had someone come and check my house for energies. They came in with their instrument in hand and all this stuff. We talked for about 6 or 7 hours, and he was from a special outfit that come to my house. I did not pay him for this. I called him and told him of something I had, and he showed up, and we talked for all those hours, and then he broke out his instruments and went through my house. Little did he know that I blessed my hallway and the floor, which is the center of my house, and that I blessed the ceiling in that hallway in the center of my house. And I will attest to you, and the Father struck me dead right here and right now if I utter a lie. But that man's instruments registered strong powers in that hallway. Okay? He said, something's here. And I am literally joyful in my heart and my mind. I never told him what I did to my house, you see. And this house is blessed. This property is blessed because he told me to do it. To walk my perimeter of my property line decades before J.P. Morgan Chase ever started pursuing me in their fictitious BS foreclosure on property they had no attachment to. But that man had no clue what he was messing with. And I thought it amazing that Father's power was registered on that man's meter. Okay? So I know it's real what I'm sitting here telling you. I know it is real. I've literally seen it on the machine. You know? I mean, it don't get better than that, people. You know? So anyway, I'm going to finally shut my mouth, man. It's almost 4 o'clock. I have to go to sleep. Damn.
Yeah.
You know?
You've been given
got
such
3 hours
awesome
whole day.
testimony. No, you know what? You've been given such awesome testimony. It is awesome.
I've got more stories than, as my daddy used to say, Carter's got liver pills. You know, there used to be a Carter company that made liver pills, you know, to help people and all that in the ailments when I was a child. And so Daddy used to always say, hey, he's got more problems than Carter's got liver pills. You know?
But you know what? No. You're like what you're saying, it's such good truth. And people, we gotta get people to get to know what their rights are within these government mandates and controls and all that. And all that's coming on upon us. God says, like, he's not, there's no playing around. Like, we're either going to we're either trusting in him, or we're following the government and the mammon, the world.
Yeah, quit fearing what the government's doing. Just pray against it and rebuke it. And bind it with the power that you hold within yourself for being a child of the living Father in heaven. Okay? And through the blood of Jesus, don't forget that, man. That is most powerful.
Yes.
You pray through the blood of Jesus, Yeshua, and I mean, that seals the deal. All right?
That's right.
Because you can't get to the Father without going through the Son.
No.
You forget that, and your prayer
especially
might as well be like a bouncy ball and hit the damn ceiling and come back down, because it's not going up to his throne.
Yep.
That's a fact.
Yeah.
Okay?
Especially the Jewish children who are like Israelites and being stubborn and not like listening. Like, read your even Old Testament scripture. It's everything prophesies.
Well,
But,
that's
yeah.
not their scripture. Okay, they're not. They looked at Yeshua, Jesus, as a prophet, not the son of the Father. That's how they looked and viewed him. So, they just think he's another Elijah or Elisha or Elisha, however you say that name. They just think he's another prophet and not the son of Father.
Well, but I'll tell you what,
And
I'll
they
tell you
didn't
the
know
truth.
that until, of course, he hung on the cross, and then it was too late. That's when the preacher guy, the whatever he's called, rabbi, the head guy, I can't think of his
Yeah.
damn name.
Rabbis,
But that's when
Pharisees.
the Temple Mount broke, split, and the earthquake, and he rent his clothes. That's ripping the clothes, people. He ripped his vestibular, whatever you call that, garment, whatever. So, yeah.
Wait, no. But I'll tell you what, that with the Old Testament, they everything pointed to Jesus. Everything in the Old Testament.
Oh, yeah. For 400 years.
Yes.
It was foretold of his coming. That cannot be argued. And the star that hung above his manger, they can actually pinpoint when that star occurred. Okay? So, yeah, they know when that star arrived.
It was rent from top to bottom, not bottom to top. There's no, like, when Jesus died, those hours he was on the cross, in about 3 p.m. the church, with the synagogue, the holy the Holy of Holies, the curtain was rent and torn, top to bottom. No man could do it. And not only that, after Jesus died, and it's like, I always want to know more about it, but people witnessed, like, people like walking, that they knew they died, and they were like, people walking and witnessing just so much when Jesus died on that cross. In all of the prophets of the Old Testament, they all spoke of this, and Jesus said that, and there is this like, well, it really didn't mean that much. When Jesus died, so much happened. What is it? The skies. There was a eclipse. There was earthquakes. The Holy of Holies. The curtain was torn.
Yeah.
And the dead woke up, and people witnessed, people that they knew were dead, walking. It was like, it's just so much. If just more reporters were around. But God, in his wisdom, it's there in scripture. It's not highlighted necessarily, but it's so big. And then but so many Jews, if they were faithful, good, faithful Jews, they read their Old Testament, and if they dared to read some of the New, if they go like, wow, yeah, that all fits. But so that's it. Even back then, the old way of the devil, divide and conquer. If we had a lot of good faithful Jews, if they just would have read the New Testament and go like, wait a minute. What are they talking about? What happened with Jesus, with the Old Testament and the accounts of it? And yeah, it's just a lot of it. It's just so much.
Well, and two, what a lot of people are doing mistakenly is dismissing the Old Testament, thinking that the New Testament wipes out everything in the Old Testament when it does not. Ten Commandments were in the Old Testament, yeah. We're to follow that. You know, as I've said a lot of times, the Bible, which is basic instructions for people leaving the earth, you know, Bible. I ran across that years ago, and I thought, how true. You know, it is the basic instructions before leaving Earth.
Yes.
And but for people to dismiss the Old Testament when it says that this would be forevermore, okay? In Deuteronomy chapter 28, it tells you the blessings and the cursings. And it states in there at the end of that, this is for every generation forevermore. How much plainer can he be in his description of what he wants you to do? His will. Okay? For your betterment. Those are guidelines on how to stay healthy, how to stay happy or be happy, along with Leviticus chapter 11 on what you should and should not eat. You know what? Because it's in the Old Testament, you're supposed to eat vultures? Really? Carnivorous eating animals? You know? No, you're not. You're not to eat things that don't have fish fins and scales. Okay? You're not supposed to eat things that are bottom feeders like catfish. I used to love these catfish. But they're bottom feeders, as are shrimp, as are clams, as are lobsters. They're all bottom feeders. But they serve this stuff up to the people out of their being naive and consuming this stuff. Well, it's not good for you. You know?
That's right.
It is absolutely not good for you. And I used to love shrimp. And I love shrimp. I love scallops and all that stuff. Won't pass my lips no more. And it hasn't for quite a number of years. Since 2010, when BP oil disaster occurred, that's when I stopped eating anything out of the waters. And then what happened in 2011? Fukushima Daiichi, with all the radioactivity of 1,200 tons of nuclear waste being dumped in the Pacific Ocean, which has been across the world in 77 days. So, you know, even though there were ocean life that we could have ate, but now it's all tainted with radioactivity, why would you?
Right.
And it goes for the fish, the streams, the lakes. It's all contaminated.
Oh, and you know what? You know what? As you're saying that, that is one of the plagues, the vials. Like a third of the ocean, a third of the waters, whatever. The wormwood bitter. That is, to me, that explains it.
Well, it's all of the waters. Okay. The Fish and Wildlife has already, I've called them. I've done interviews with these folks with the nuclear industry, you know, and all the salmon in Alaska, they're tainted.
Yep.
The bears are showing lesions. The elk are showing lesions, cancerous lesions, and growth, and all this. I videotape these things through live cameras. You had the bears in Alaska going, they looked like they were starving. And the salmon that were running when I did a report 2-3 years back off the live cameras. I just sat there and cried, man, because I knew they wasn't going to make it to the winter because they wasn't getting the salmon they needed because millions of salmon did not make the run. Why? Because they were out in the daggone ocean dying as a result of Fukushima Daiichi. So there were no salmon to do the run that these bears and the other animals that eat them, the salmon that is, to survive on. They couldn't get their body fat weight to do the hibernation, you see? So whatever films they have up now, if you go to those live cameras, they're replays. They just changed the date. Alright, but there's no salmon. Not many. I watch these bears stand in that water for hours and hours and hours trying to catch fish. There wasn't enough of them. And what they did catch were little ones. There wasn't the big, fat, long salmon with the red beaks on the front end when they're doing their spawning run. Those weren't even to be seen. They didn't exist. So, because they have a blood red beak like that grows on the front of them, you know, when they're swimming. And it was horrible to see and report that. But I don't do animal life anymore. And, you know, when the sharks, all the shark attacks that I've reported, and, you know, the people were the bait, you know. When you got people's legs hanging off of surfing boards, you know, and the sharks don't have any thing to eat, they're coming for you. I'm here to tell you. I don't have any reports of shark attacks that I've reported on. Lots of them from California to Florida, you know. Beautiful. I kept telling people, stay the hell out of the water. You know, you're swimming around in toxic soup. But what do I know? You know. Mm-hmm. Well, girl, we got to call it a night.
Yes.
I gotta get at least 2 hours
Yes.
of sleep. Damn. Oh,
Wow.
hell. Oh, I looked at the...
Don't look at the time.
I thought, oh, dear goodness. Don't tell me it's 6 in the morning. I was looking at the date.
Is it, oh, no, it's not 6. It's only 5. No, you know what? It is awesome. I thank you, all you shared, all you sharing, and God bless. You know, please rest well. And you, as you say, like, look, we are like, we're in this world. We're really not. We're in the world, not of the world. And we look forward. God pushes us forward. We got nothing to fear. Nothing in this world way. Even no matter what, you know, tyranny and all that. We follow God and his precepts, not the world's, and not the government, and not the false laws and rules and regulations. And that should give us really good comfort. Like it, you know, we're in the world, it's not great, but if we're following God, we got not a whole lot to worry about, because ultimately it's all good in the end.
Yeah.
And but we gotta do our level best to fight within what God gave us for what our rights and regulations, and keeping our governments in check. But beyond that, you know, keeping God as the focal point, we're not going to go wrong. We're not going to go wrong.
One never goes wrong with the Lord.
No. Listen, it's late. Thank you so much. God bless you. Thank you for sharing. You gave such great helps, insights.
Well, I hope it's helped,
It does.
That's my only hope.
More than you
You
know. No, I know. I know for some people listening, it's way more than you know that you've helped. And ultimately, we got to keep our eyes on God, not worry about what this world's trying to do. Every day it changes anyhow. Like what the mandates and rules and regulations are. And keep our eyes on God. And as you shared the miracles, God gives us miracles. And when you put our faith and trust in God, not the government, not the world. We're in the world,
That's right.
but keep our eyes on God.
We're just passing through, man.
That's right.
That's all.
That's right. That's right. Right. It's temporary. And it's even great. I mean, like, you look at God's beauty and his miracles and what he made in the world. And still, we're just still, it's a temporary. It at this point, it really is. And
Yeah.
heaven is glorious. No eye has seen, nor ear has heard what God has planned for us in heaven. And that is true. We don't have a clue how great it is. But we know, the hope is, we know, like for all people suffering through this life, that look, the world, this is not our full home. We're pilgrims. So take cheer.
Yeah, hey, thank you for those adversities, people. Thank you for your trials and tribulations.
Yes.
Sing him a new song, he says. Hey, those trials and tribulations make you grow, all right? So even though you're facing adversity, don't give up. Because you don't know from one moment to the next. But you're not going to walk around, let's say, a corner and your miracle is there. You don't know that the next phone call that you ever receive could be a miracle to the other end of that phone. You don't know what might come in the mail that would be the very thing that you need. All right? So if you expect it, if you think it, if you name it, and literally claim it, okay? This is not a joke. This stuff works. All right? He says in the scripture somewhere that what you think is what is going to happen. If you think adversity all the time, that's what you're going to get. If you think and visualize, okay? If you visualize where you want to be, if you visualize the miracle that you want, all right, it will materialize. You can literally manifest your miracle. He gave you that power. Believe it, people. If you just believe, you will receive. But you can't do it for a day, a week, a month, even maybe a year, and say, poof, okay, there it is. Hey, I waited for years before I reached where I am now, okay? We're talking decades that, yes, I have been blessed with miracles the next morning from praying the night before. He has had me pray for people that have received miracles. And when I say he's had me, I mean he has compelled me strongly while I'm either talking to someone or I think about them and I have to call them if I know them. certainly I will pray for anyone, anytime, at a drop of a hat. I most certainly will. I've seen and been a party to watching his mighty hand work and giving miracles to people. I had nothing to do with it. I was what you say, I guess, a conduit. I just did what he told me to do. And that was just to pray for them. That was it. I didn't do anything. Okay? But I prayed for them. And I will attest to you that one man received his sight as a result of what the Father told me to do. Father did the work, but he received his sight, and he didn't get it instantly. And when this party that I was compelled to pray for her dad, who had lost his vision due to a stroke, and long story short, the doctors said that usually and normally the case is that when someone has a stroke and that area of brain that he had is, they don't regain their vision. But her daddy did. And when he compelled me to pray for her dad, the Father told me as soon as I said amen, he spoke to me and said this: tell her that her dad will receive his full restoration of vision. Now, this was the first time I had occasion to talk to this woman. I had no clue whether she was a faith-filled individual or not. I did not know her, but we had known each other on the internet for a little bit, a short little bit. And we had called, either she called me or I called her. I do not recall. This has been years ago. And anyhow, we're on the phone talking to each other, and the Father told me to pray, or compelled me. He didn't speak to me at this occasion. He ended up compelling me strongly that I was to pray for her dad. And so I did. But I asked her, not knowing her, would she care that I pray for her dad? I felt compelled to do so. She said, sure, certainly, and thank you. I don't need to be thanked for praying for somebody, because I am of the belief that we're supposed to be doing that already for our friends, our neighbors, our family, and stuff like that, okay? I think we're supposed to help and nurture our fellow beings and sisters and brothers in this life, to encourage them and to help them, and that Father helps them, and do what we can to help each other. That's my belief. And so anyhow, long story short, like I said, I prayed for her dad, and the next occasion, probably a month later, I talked to her and I said, oh, and how's your dad? She said, Carol, she said, he's received some of his vision back, and he can read the large print in the newspaper. And the Father immediately spoke to me and said he's going to receive his full restoration of vision. And I immediately told her what he said. I said, Father said he's going to receive his full vision back. And she never made a response to that. Another month or so went by. We talked again. I said, oh, Joan, how's your dad? She said, Carol, he passed away. I said, oh, Joan, I am so sorry to hear that. She said, no problem. She said, Daddy lived a long, good life. And, you know, the Father called him home. I said, okay, well, I'm glad you're at peace with it. And, you know, I'm just sorry to hear the news. And she said, Carol, there's something I want to tell you. I said, and what's that? She said, my dad did receive his full restoration of his vision back. He was reading everything. And I said, well, praise the Lord. She said, yes. And she said, I want you to know something else. When I went with my dad to his doctor, when he had his stroke and was, you know, under the care of that doctor, She said that the doctor told me that when patients have a stroke in that area of their brain, they never receive their vision back. She said that my dad did. And she said, I just think you needed to know that. And I said, thank you very much for sharing that, Joan. And then some more time elapsed, and I was telling her story in one of my videos. I did not mention her name or location. I don't even think I know her location. And anyhow, I told the story, and I had a naysayer show up and say I was a liar and this, that, and the other. And I didn't want people thinking that I was a liar. So here we go with Carol's ego rather than just let it be, you know. And I wanted to prove to this individual that I was not a liar, that I did indeed hear from the Father. So I called Joan up again, the last time I ever spoke to her. I said, hey, Joan. She said, yeah. I said, would you mind relaying your story and how your dad received his vision back and all this for a video if I was to interview you? She said, yes, I don't mind doing it at all. But she said, before we start, I have a question for you. I said, go ahead. She said, do you think my testimony on what happened with my dad and his restoration would be believed by those that don't believe? And I laughed at that. I said, you're right, Joan. I said, there's no need to do this. I said, you have a good evening. And that was the last time I spoke to her. Because no amount of what's being said is going to convince those that don't believe in the Father. So it wouldn't have mattered whether I interviewed her, because then he would say, oh, it was a friend of mine that ended up telling the story just to appease him for what he was thinking I was a liar. So, you know, it doesn't matter, you know. And I've seen that. And Father wanted to teach me that through her. So you see, I received as did her dad receive. Okay? So there's a blessing twofold there. Her dad received his vision, and her faith was not, I would not say restored, because I never knew the woman to know whether her faith was one way or the other, but I do know that she had faith. So that wasn't ever a question. But the lesson for me was, one, don't let your ego get in the way. Two, what difference does it make for the naysayers out there, whether they believe the story or they don't?
Right.
So no amount of anything done to try to convince. And that's not my job, see. I'm not there on YouTube to convince anybody of anything or any belief or whatever, you know. I just tell the stories as they come, and, you know, they can take it or they can open the window and throw it right out and dismiss it as if it wasn't ever. You know, it's not my job to convince or browbeat someone, well, you should believe this way or that way or whatever. You know, it's not my job. I love people, and I only want to help people, not harm people. And I don't want to harm these people I'm going after. I wish them all peace and harmony. I truly do, from my heart. But they have taken so much from me and robbed me, both figuratively and emotionally, and, you know, imprisoned me, where I think that justice should be served and that they should pay a penalty for having done what they've done. And that is the reason I'm going after them, to prevent them from doing that to the next guy or gal. So, I find it, I truly do. but I don't somehow think that they have the light of the Father in them, because if they did, they'd have never done what they did to me. You don't do that, what they've done to me, to another individual. You just don't. It's wrong. It's immoral, and it's criminal. But they did it. And now they got the piper. And that's it.
You're right.
You know?
Yes.
And whether I live long enough to see it done and completed is of no consequence to me. I truly don't care one way or the other. I mean, I'm still going to be living like I'm living. You know, well, not actually, but I mean, if I expire, man-made or by design, then that's what's in the cards for me with the Father. It's not them doing it. You see what I'm saying? The Father is going to allow whatever it is and however it is that I depart this earth. So be it now, tomorrow, next week, or whatever, be it by design or naturally, it's going to be the Father's will for that to be done. Okay? So why would I be afraid of that? I'm just going to be at Him quicker. Okay? So what is there? You know, people are so fearful of death. Why? I don't understand that.
Yeah.
No, I'm not looking to die. No, I don't want to die. Yes, I want to see an end to all this bullshit that they have brought to my door. But they brought it. I didn't seek it. I didn't ask for it. I just stood up for my right, Father's right, my common law right of being a living soul, a living flesh, flowing blood individual. And I'll be damned if somebody's
the
gonna
fear of
pick on
death, that's the impetus for the worldwide global New World Order breakout. Like, oh, we're so scared to death. They're playing on that.
Yeah, they want to, you know, control everything. You know,
well, but using the fear of death. Like, why would we be so scared of we're gonna die when we all know we're all gonna die? You know, up to 80 years average. We're all gonna die.
Right. But when Father created mankind, I had to stop there, but I lost it. Hold up. Dang it. When He created mankind, Father, bring it back. I don't know. I'm getting tired. I can't.
Yeah, it's late, but you brought up like the fear of death. So many people, like, they're buying into. You were starting to say about, like, people are being afraid of death. Like, is that's like, oh, it's the worst. Like, we can't have that happen, and yet we're all gonna die. Like, common sense should dictate.
Yeah.
We're all gonna die between maybe 80, 100 years old. But I wish I wouldn't have interrupted what you're saying. You were talking about, like, fear of death. Well, about the fear of dying. Like, we're gonna die, which, you know, using the virus. Like, we're the virus gonna die. And yet we're all gonna die in general. Anyhow. Yeah, I'm not getting it.
I don't know. I ain't jumped back there yet.
No.
You know?
Oh.
I know it had to do with when He created this earth. I don't know what it was.
Well, yeah, and we weren't destined to die.
You know?
When He made us, and He made the Garden of Eden and our first people, we were not destined to, like, die so soon. And Methuselah, he was like 996 years old, almost 1,000 years old. One guy. But
Yeah.
aside from that, it's like, oh.
It reminds me of a story, Van Winkle or something. Van Winkle, you know?
Yeah.
Van Winkle. That's probably derived of Methuselah.
Yes. Yeah. And so, you know what? That's part of the big battle is the people with the masks, the people wanting social distancing and wanting the masks and wanting, like, no matter it ruined the economy, but let's keep slowing it down. They're like, they want to trust the government and not God. And God is like, no, God tells us totally differently. In nature, in everything we've learned, in everything that's happened, God gives us the way out. And the world is like,
Always.
Yeah, trust the government.
When you hear people say that, he has your back, you know what that derives from is because he literally does have your back. He always has a way out for you. If you're keen enough to recognize it, you can always get out of the problem. It's like he's always got a back door for you to get out of the situation. When he gives you the spirit within you to, it might be that small voice that says, don't go down this alley tonight. Even though you go down it every night on your way home, don't go tonight.
Yeah.
And then what happens? The next day in the newspaper, you see somebody was killed in that alley that she was about to go down that night. But that small voice inside you, which is the Holy Spirit that deterred your path for that one night, or somebody driving a vehicle or their automobile, that is, and that they are led to go a different path on an instant notice. Okay? You just never know.
Those are all the unsung miracles. Yes.
All of us. And he gave us all that mustard seed of faith. But that faith is not going to grow unless you water it. And to water it, you have to get into the Word.
Yes.
That's like I've told it many times. You have a history book. You read the history book in school to read what the characters were in the years past, if that be true, and they aren't, most part. But anyway, they read the history part to get a sense of what it was to live like back then. Well, you can't have a relationship with the Father at all unless you get into the Word to know who He is, because that is your history book. Your history book. From beginning to end. It tells you the history. And people don't get that. They think, oh, that's an olden days book. Oh, that doesn't apply to me now. It's just an old book. Oh, those 10 Commandments, they don't matter. It was in the old book. In the Old Testament, it doesn't apply now. Oh, contraire. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Just
right.
like the blessings and the cursings of Deuteronomy 28.
That's right.
So,
that's
people
right.
dismiss it. They pick bits and pieces out of Scripture. And they latch on to it. There's so much things that they like to bend it and change it in its perception. The Father, when He says to read the Scripture, do your duty and read the Scripture on the Shabbat, on the Sabbath, which is Saturdays, not Sundays, like they have indoctrinated people into believing that Sunday was the day of worship. No, it is not. you look at your Gregorian calendar, and it starts, the first of the week is what? Sunday.
Sunday. Yep.
And it ends on Saturday.
Yep.
It's right there in plain view,
Yeah.
in front of your face, and they make a work day Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday to throw you off kilter when you should be Monday through Friday for your work, okay? Or Monday through Thursday, and then your weekend being Friday and Saturday. Saturday being the holy day to honor the Father. And believe you me, he will get you for dishonoring his Sabbath. That is a deadly sin, man, to not honor the Sabbath. You're not to work on that day. But people are out there happily and gleefully working on a Saturday. When what is it? Separation of church and state. They cannot prevent you from taking off Saturday if you're scheduled to work, because that is with your faith. All right? You will not be hindered of your religious beliefs. And they hinder people all the time by screwing with the calendar, and he said they would do that. They will change the time. All right?
Yeah.
And they did.
That's right.
So people are working on Saturday. And that day, which is his holy day, the one day out of 7 that he created, is to be in reverence of him and to honor him and spend that day with him, not watching TV and movies, going to the park, jogging around the block. You're supposed to be in the Word and learning and sharing your time with the Father. And when that becomes habit, you really enjoy it. Really, you do. Just spend some time with the Father. He gave you 6 other days to do your will. And he's wanting you to do his one day of the week. Is that too much to ask? I don't think so. You know, one day to honor him when he gives you 6 other days to do what you want to do. I mean, seriously, you're not to put a flame to any food that day. You're not to labor. Now, yes, you can feed your animals. Even he did that. Even he healed people on the Sabbath. But to get out there and run around the neighborhood and go partying and drinking and you know, all the things that you're not supposed to be doing on the Shabbat, you should not be doing.
Right.
At least wise, I don't believe you should, but, you know, that's my belief. I don't aim to put it on anybody else. Do what you want. I have the naysayers in my own family about that. So, you know, I just believe as I believe in what he's shown me and what he's told me, and I will not waver from it. And I do love him, and I want to honor him. And seriously, do not want to be an abomination.
Right.
My Father. You know, it's not your labors and your good deeds that's going to get you to heaven, people. That's not even going to be accounted. Right. It's your faith in him.
Yes.
Your belief in him.
Yeah.
You're doing his will and honoring him. And
Jesus alone.
What he wants. His most important commandment was to love.
Yeah.
And if you don't have love, you seriously got a major problem. You know? Because that is the foundation of mankind, is love. Could you imagine a world with that? There'd be no more war. There would be no starvation. There would be no GMOs. There would be no false flags. There would be no geoengineering in the clouds. There would be no vaccinations. If love ruled the world. And, you know, but the evil one's got to be in there. You know, is there to test you, to steal from you, to lie to you, to deceive you, and to take every daggone thing you got. And I've had a lot of that taken from me. You know, not just about me. I'm talking about family. I'm talking about murder of my child. I'm talking about, you know, things and the tools that Satan uses against you, because he knows full well what your weaknesses are, because you're telling him those weaknesses every time you open your mouth. What you hate, what you love. He hears this stuff, man. He's taking notes, I guarantee you. He's got a little notebook on Carol. He's got a little notebook on Truth Freeze. He's got a notebook on all of you, just like the Father's got his Lamb's Book of Life. So Satan's going to speak against you and everything else, but you know what? When push comes to shove at the end, and after Satan stands there and accuses you in front of the Father and rants and raves and says, Carol did this, Carol did that, Carol did this, Carol did that, yada, yada, yada. When he finally shuts up with his argument, just as an attorney would do in a courtroom, and here comes good old brother Jesus, Yeshua. He says, hey, Father, he said, I covered all that with my blood. She's not guilty. Bam. Story's over. Done deal. I'm saved, man. You know?
Yes.
It's over with. So,
That's right. That's right. Oh, and that's the bottom line. And it's not. That's a problem with religion. Religion teaches people like follow like A, B, C, D. But
oh, yeah,
faith.
he hated religion, man. You know, these pompous, dressed up, clown suits that they wear in these daggone churches, you know, and stand out there in front of the people at their little podium speaking death, you know, and looking down at all the peons out there and the sheep, you know, if they're trying to lead when they're not there to lead.
Right.
They're there to deceive.
Yes.
With their pagan BS and their freaking Babylonian